Hey, I got a special message in right now for number 874925. That's a special message for you. What is your name? Please change your identity. You can do that by just clicking on a little button right there on your screen and change your identity, and you can put the name you wish. And everybody else can do that also. And that's why you see some of these goofy names we have on our roster here, like No Band-Aid Brenda. That's not a goofy name. That's her nickname. But that we can all change our names on our IDs, and that's very easy to do. You actually click on it and you go down and you say change ID and you change it. But we'd like to know who you are. Number, what's number that? 874.
BR 549.
Yeah, come on, change it. Put a name in there. Let us know who you are, folks. And if you're a new member, welcome. Say hello. Today we just met one member just a little while ago. Was it Bob?
Yeah,
Robert.
Yeah, Bob checked in a little while ago. He's in the or he's been he unfortunately came from Alamo Woodturners. But I'll give him some time, okay? They got some good people down there. Not a lot, but a couple of good people down there.
Two or three.
Well, everybody's got to escape from somewhere.
That's right.
That's the way to look at it. Look at that. Look who's talking. Look.
The birdhouse man himself.
That's right.
It's good to see Barbara Gill in tonight.
I escaped too here. I grew up in a place that the only thing that resembled a tree was a fence post. And most of them
Oh
were
my. That would be rough. That would be rough. Well, folks, it's top of the hour, and our demonstration for this evening is moved up due to logistics. So without further ado, I am going to go to Mr. Walt Wager for his demonstration tonight. As with all demos, it is Walt's demonstration. So any questions and comments, please keep it till the end of the demonstration. And Walt will be more than happy to try and answer any of your questions or your comments regarding what he has done tonight. So without further ado, Walt, I'm going to spin to you, and then I am going to mute everybody. And Tom, if you can just go ahead and unmute you guys on that end, and everything will be good to go. So I'm going to mute everybody now. Now you can unmute yourself.
All right. Well, I don't know what you're seeing. I see a screen. Hold on a second. Tom's going to get the camera straight here. You see me?
We've still got the.
Oh, I know the bot.
Like the
Hold on.
There we go. See you now,
Tom's got the greatest little camera,
Oh.
as long as it stays where it needs to be. Well, I had the great opportunity to attend and turn at the SWAT meeting, demonstrate at the SWAT meeting this year. And one of the demonstrations I did was on Native American holoforms, and that's what I'm going to do tonight. And we'll start off with a little slideshow if we can, Tom. Oh, by the way, I want to thank Tom Kinney, because if it wasn't for his shop and his internet, we couldn't do this. My internet runs at 1 megabit per second. So, Tom, thank you.
Yes, thanks, Tom.
Now, my daughter used to live in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and we'd go out there and visit and get to go to the galleries and up to Santa Fe and Taos. And we purchased some Native American pottery. And I want to say, if you're not inspired by that pottery as a turner, you're missing something. So tonight, we're going to look at some of that and some of the shapes that they turn, and talk a little bit about the detail and how you can accomplish some of that. So mostly what we acquired were Acoma pottery, but in that area, you also have the Zuni pottery and the Santa Clara pottery, and some Navajo pottery. A lot of the galleries actually carry a wide range of pottery. Next. This is an Acoma vase shape, And if you see, you know, as a wood turner, what do you think about that shape? How would you turn that? And so it gives you I think of wood turning as a problem solving activity. So this gives you some problems to solve. Also, the detail on the pottery, you'll notice, is quite fine. Next. So if you go online and you Google pottery shapes, you'll come across a number of websites that have things like this. And as you look across them, you can see that a lot of the things you'll see at the galleries or at the wood turning shows in the instant gallery are some of these shapes. Next. Oops, we missed one. Again, this is just more pottery shapes that will look more or less familiar. Next. Again, some of the shapes that we see with the long necks, and they present a challenge to a turner. Next. The other thing is the embellishments that the Native Americans put on their pottery. Originally, the pottery was more for actual cooking and keeping grains and keeping seeds and other fundamental uses. Today, after the advent of aluminum, they don't make many pots to cook with anymore, but they're far more interesting and far more profitable as souvenirs and collectible items. Next. This is a Nakama pot that it's about 11 by 11 inches that we collected when we were out there. And you can see the detail, the fine detail in the pottery. And basically the pottery is made as a slab technique using the clays that are out there. And then a white slip is put over the outside. And then the pottery is painted basically using a black slip made from clay. And then the whole thing is fired. The clay, the natural color of the clay is the orange up on top. But you can see those fine lines are actually painted onto the pottery using a brush made from the yucca plant. Next. This is another piece of pottery. This is a smaller pot, 5 inches by 5 inches, with the detail on it that you can see in the design. And that pot is, again, it's made, the clay itself is a terracotta color with a white slip with black clay decorations. Next. Early on, there's a number of famous potters, just like there are a number of famous turners. This might be the David Ellsworth of the pottery field. I don't know, but this little pot is 6.5 inches wide by 7 inches and 7.5 inches high. And if you could find a Maria Martinez pot at a flea market, you ought to buy it. Next. The pots are fired. The clay is a terracotta color. When it's fired, it's fired in an open fire. And before the fire is out, they cover the pot with a mulch of animal dung and other things that keeps the air from getting to it and turns the color to black. This pot was glazed, and with the outside glaze, you can see the pattern in it. So the pot was burnished with a stone, and then the pattern was painted on, then the pot was fired. Next. This is a Baca piece in Santa Clara. The Santa Clara pieces are actually quite small, 3 inches by 4 inches wide, 3 inches high by 4 inches wide. Again, the painting is done on the pot with the pot is burnished. The painting is done with the clay, then it's fired, and then it gets that black color with the different layers of matte as a function of the painting. Next. They're not all pots are small. This is a big one. This is a Navajo pot painted with some of the Navajo decorations. Next. And this is a Santa Clara pot. We've seen people do relief. It reminds me of Dixie Biggs and her relief that she does in her pots. Again, the pot is the same clay with the decoration molded into the pot. Here the pot is a little bit thicker. It's not a really thin pot, but it holds that decoration. Next. Some of the pots are really finely designed and painted. This particular Hopi pot is one that we collected. The pot is quite small, maybe 2 inches by 3 inches. And you can see on the detail on it, the amount of detail that's in the painting. Next. Dusty Narano is a potter that does these small pieces. Some of these pieces are no more than the length of my finger, like 2 inches by 3 inches. And, but they're, again, the decoration and the skill in potting and the shapes are something that really interests me. Next. This is another Narano pot. You can see the detail in the trout on the top, trout chasing the frog. And the neck of the pot is actually quite thin with about a 3/8 inch hole in the top. Next. We're going to talk about designs a little bit later. So I think what we'll do now is we'll go to create a pot, and then we'll come back to this slideshow. Well, no, let's just finish the slideshow. When I make the pot, I can put a design on. The pot is designed on a piece of graph paper. We'll go to the next slide, and this graph paper are called polar graphs, and there's a piece of software called Graph Paper Maker, and I think there's a slide that has Graph Paper Maker on it. But you design the pot. This is not a pot. This is a platter. But you design the pot and the decoration on the Graph Maker paper that helps you transfer the design to the pot later. Next. Here's a design that you'll see that I did just recently on the graph paper, which actually shows you the design better than the polar graph. But the polar graph gives you an idea of how it's going to go on to the pot itself. Next. That's it. Okay. Let's stop share. Let me stop the thing. So one of the designs you saw in there was for this pot, which is about 5 inches by 4.5 inches. And it has 76 times 2, 146 striations, and probably about 30 horizontal stripes. And we'll make something like this. Not all pots are graphic design. Some of the pots actually have a lot of paintings and details on them. This is a little pot that I made, this wood, and painted freehand on it. This is a long neck pot, and if you're going to do something like this, you're going to have to hollow it through the bottom. We're not going to do that tonight. It takes too long and it's risky. So we're gonna make a pot about this size, and then we'll put some lines and decoration on it. Any questions so far?
No, nothing in the chat. Let's go.
All right. So let me put a tool rest on the lathe. We'll use that later. On the wall behind me. All right. This is plenty big. And I have my face mask around here somewhere. What did I do with it?
It's hanging on the tailstock. It's on the tailstock.
Oh.
Thanks, Doug.
Right, and I'm starting with a piece of holly that we cut from my own yard. Live center. Live center.
First row underneath your Jacob's truck.
This one? Oh, here, this will work. Again, I'm not in my own shop, so I'm using other people's tools, and I'm not familiar with where everything is, so I apologize for that, but.
No worries.
All right, so I'm just gonna do the outside shape first. And again, this is gonna be a rather simple shape. It'll be along these lines. Most of the pots that I've seen are not unfamiliar to woodturners in terms of the shapes, but some have more defined shoulders, and some are more rounded. Some are square on top and round on the bottom. We're not going to do that one tonight. That's another time. So, my trusty spindle gouge, long range or transmitter. Do we need that? All right. Now, most of the pots that I see are the openings in the top aren't really small because these were functional pots. People put things in them. So when I'm hollowing, it's not going to be through a really small hole. So I'm going to say the pot's going to be about that long. Just give myself some relief for the bottom. I'm going to put a little round top on it. A little bead on the top. I prepared this wood a while ago, so it had a tenon on both ends. We don't need this tin. We're just going to hollow this out. So, and that's my basic outside shape. Now I use the spindle gouge for that, but if I get any outside edge that needs some, or tool marks that need some correcting, I tend to use a negative rake scraper. There's a lot of talk about whether these are any different than a normal scraper used properly, but they've become very popular. The negative rake scraper has a burr, just like a regular scraper. And I can go around the outside and take out any tool marks. can also refine the shape a little bit. If it's got any flat spots, I'll get rid of them. Also have a slightly rounded negative rate scraper. I'll take off this tenon, we don't need that. I have a little grain tear out from the scraper, but not too terrible. It'll sand out easily enough. For hollowing, I generally drill a hole. Actually, I'll do it the way I generally do it. But I generally drill a hole in the piece to get started. It makes it easier to hollow. Sometimes you can just use the spindle gouge to, for a smaller piece, I would just use a spindle gouge. Okay, what do I do with the drills? I'll put them over here. I hid the drills. Need them over here. Here they are. Now, someone generally asks me, well, what speed do you drill at? And I say, well, I really don't know. Nice sound. Okay. Oh. Actually, I'm looking for my pencil. Here we go. Let's see where we're down to. We're down to about there. Let's see where I got a piece of tape here.
Well, we're not hearing you too well.
You're not hearing me? Okay.
Now we can hear you. You
Marking
weren't
this so
talking.
I can drill down to where I want the bottom to be. Tom gave me a piece of wax here on the hot drill. It'll help kill the squeal. Well, maybe. If I want to remove a little more wood, I can use this Forstner bit. Slow it down a little bit more. And I find it always helps if you're using a Forstner bit, and I know I've said this before in here, but I'll say it again if there's some people that haven't done this before. Using a Forstner bit, actually for something like this, it helps to drill a smaller hole first. It's because you're not fighting against that center piece that doesn't really turn very fast on the lathe. The drills will drill without it, but this just makes it faster. Anybody have any questions, just please speak out anytime. Or if you have suggestions, speak out too.
Floor's been made open by the demonstrator. Don't talk over each other if you want to make a comment or ask something.
Okay.
Yeah, I use beeswax on the Forstner bits to keep them from doing that.
Right now, I said that, you know, a lot of times when I start hollowing, I'll just use my spindle gouge, just 3/8 inch spindle gouge. And if you take small steps at a time, you can get down, do an awful lot of hollowing with the spindle gouge. Okay, so checking my progress here with my pencil. That's where my bottom is. And this is about how far down I am now. Can you see that? No, I guess you can't. Hold on. Top camera.
You put the top camera on, Tom.
Top camera, Tom. There you go.
There we go.
So again, the depth is about there. My hollowing so far with the spindle gouge is about here, and I'll go to the hollowing tools next. And generally, what you want to do is clear out as much as you can in the middle so that you have room for the chips and whatnot, especially if you have a smaller hole opening. Now, I brought a number of different hollowing tools that I use just to talk about them a bit. This is a Sorby hollowing tool. The tip is actually part of the shaft. And to sharpen it, if you sharpen this on a grinder, it's going to be gone before very long. So to sharpen it, I use a diamond card and just come down across the bevel like this. And that puts a micro burr on the tip that will cut. It won't cut for terribly long, but it will cut. And it's a nice little tool to handle. Second thing about this type of tool is if you're going to put it in there, you want the straight part of the shaft on the tool rest. If you put it on here like this and it grabs, it's going to pull it down and it's going to swing it around and come out of your hand or create a catch. So I want the straight part on the tool rest, and then I just put it in and come around to the edge. And this tool is quite thin, and it's not good to go in any more than about 4 or 5 inches because it hasn't got a whole lot of strength to it, and it starts to vibrate, and you can hear it. But it is a nice tool for the edge. The second tool I'll talk about is a carbide tool. This is a Penn State. There's a set of them that you get Penn State. You get 3 for about $70, and they have carbide tips on them. They're pretty straightforward carbide tips. The carbide tips cost about $7 each. But you get this tool, which is pretty much worthless unless you're doing something really with a really heavy, sharp shoulder. This tool, which is a lot like the Sorby tool. And then the straight tool, which you do most of your work with anyhow. And I've put a Hunter carbide tip on this, which actually has a cutting edge more than a scraping edge.
Hey, Walt, what wall thickness are you shooting for?
Go ahead.
What wall thickness are you shooting for?
About 3/16 of an inch to 1/8 of an inch.
Oh, okay, right on.
Let's see, 2/16 is 1/8, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
When I woke up this morning, it was.
Sometimes, actually, I don't think about it a whole lot. I just go in there, and sometimes it'll be thicker, sometimes it'll be thinner, but I try to get an even wall thickness, and I'll talk about that in a minute when I get down to that point. So I'm going to go to this little rounded carbide thing. Same difference with the tool rest. It has the straight part of the shank wants to be on the tool rest. You don't want it flipping down like that. And it's nice to check periodically because your hands and your fingers are a lot better at seeing things than your eyes, especially when you're hollowing. You can't really see inside what's going on, but you can feel with your fingers where it's getting thinner or there's a ledge or something like that. The third tool I'll talk about for the hollowing, this is a John Jordan hollowing tool. It has a removable high-speed steel point on it, but you can take out and sharpen on the grinder. So you can put more of an edge on it than you can with a card. But still, even so, I'll generally just go over the edge with a card. And this tool has a little more weight to it, so you can go a little deeper. Same thing, straight part on the shaft on the tool rest, but I can shorten the tool rest up some because I'm in here deeper.
Hey, Walt, are you using hunters on all the carbides there?
No, this one I got I got this at the SWAT meeting just to try it out. It is
Just on the straight bar. Okay.
It's just on the straight tool. I haven't even used it yet in here, but it cuts
Well, I
nicely.
thought
Let's see.
There was a
I'm just
question.
going to try to
Yeah,
do
there was
this
just a
one.
question about it.
And sometimes, I know some people think watching hollowing is like watching paint dry, but it takes time. You can't just take everything all out at once. You've got to work at it sequentially. And sometimes I just run the tool down there like that and feel where those bumps are and where the edges are so that I know where to start, like right there. Now for small pieces like this, you don't need a visualizer or a hollowing jig. The tools are pretty easy to control. When you get something larger than the hollowing jigs and the visualizers and those laser thickness gauges are pretty nice. My gauge for this is a simple piece of bent wire. It's see if I can, looks like that. The gap is about a 1/2 inch. So if I put it in there like that and it's touching, I know that I'm not down to my 3/8 or 3/16 yet, but I can see that I'm pretty even down to about here. And then I hit a thicker part. So I'm going to go back in and get that. I'm going to use the straight tool. The advantage of the straight tool, if you can reach where you're going to cut, is that you can get the tool rest up as close as you want to. You don't have to worry about being on the long part of the shank on a curved tool, and you can kind of feel where the edges are. The Hunter carbide bit, in my opinion, is a little more grabby than the scraper bit because you've got a concave part here, and as you're coming in and you're cutting against, especially across the end grain, it's going to tend to grab it a bit more.
Well, there's a can of pressed air on the shelf behind you if you want.
Oh, that's all right. I don't, it's pretty open. I've got, almost the sawdust is out. So I'm gonna check with the pencil again, see where I am. The bottom hasn't moved. That's a good thing. And there's a ledge right about there. So I'm getting close. Now there was a hole, remember, that I delivered down to the bottom. That's why I can know where that is. But I haven't really gotten all the way down into the bottom of that hole yet. I can feel it with the tool. As far as the side goes, where'd I put that wire? I'm pretty much even 1/2 inch going down to here. So I've got the thickness is pretty even. And then I can start taking out some of to get it as thin as I want it. Look at this. I want to be cutting at center, by the way, or slightly on top, not down on the bottom. I'm slightly above center. Because I want to get into the bottom. I don't want to leave a nub down there if I can help it. And I can't do that unless I'm cutting on center. Now, someone will say, don't you ever go through the bottom? I'll say, only in demonstrations. Okay, we're down to the bottom now. It's just a matter of thinning it out. Doesn't take much. It's like doing a box lid, you know, it's almost fits, almost fits, almost fits, too loose. All right, I'm going to take and I can inspect it like this, easier than putting my head over there like that. And it actually looks pretty decent. I don't know if, whoops, I don't know if you can see inside of it or not. Let's see, we'll try. Let's see, I'll try, do what? Overhead? All right.
That looks great inside.
Looks pretty good. Well, one other thing for new people that have, or people that haven't done a lot of this, is if you take something out of the chuck, mark a jaw that you can put it back in the same place. So that way it'll be turning, it'll grab it and it should be turning as true as you can make it turn. I found that putting a little red piece put some tape, paint on the number 1 jaw makes it very easy to find. I don't have to search for the number. All I have to do is find a little red spot. And that might help some of you if you don't do that now. And I didn't bring any sandpaper. I wasn't planning on doing any sanding. But so what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop on this now. Well, I have one more tool I want to show you. Can't find it. I was sure I brought it, but I don't see it. Oh, here it is. This is a I don't know what you call it. It's a teardrop tool, and this is a Sorby tool, and it's actually been made. Let's see if I can get that on the camera right. Made so that it's negative rate. Can you see that? So it's angled downhill,
Yes.
and it can be used straight like this, and it actually gives you that negative.
Negative cutting action.
The negative angle, and this is used basically to smooth the inside of a piece before you sand it, if you're going to sand the inside. I have a story to tell on Tom. He said, "Do you sand the inside of your pieces?" I said, "Well, not all the time, not really fine. I don't spend a lot of time on sanding the inside." And so he went to a show and put a piece in there and went to the critique, and they asked him, "Well, what can I do to improve the inside?" And they said, "Sand it." So I gave him bad advice. But this little scraper, teardrop scraper, takes out a lot of the tool marks. Doesn't work so well on the bottom. Then you can sand the inside starting with 80 or 100. Do it with my key. Oh, here it is. All right, so moving on, we'll start putting some lines on the outside.
So Matt had some questions about the wall thickness in respect to the
Yeah.
lines being put on. So Matt, if you could ask your questions, please.
Yes.
Right as I put some food in my mouth. Okay. You had said that the wall thickness was like basically an 1/8. And I was wondering about the burn lines that you're going to put in there, if that ever goes all the way through, because that's kind of tight.
No, well, an 1/8 to 3/16. No, burn lines are not very deep.
Okay.
They're certainly not an 1/8 of an inch deep. If I were going to put beads on the outside, I definitely want to leave it at least 3/16.
Yeah,
Right.
I know that when you're carving, you try to leave extra space for things. So I was just wondering about that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. No problem. It's a good question. And I didn't actually, this is not down to 3/16. It's more at a 1/2 inch, or it's at this spacing here that I have here, which I don't have a ruler, but it's maybe 3/8. So I'm going to leave it at that because I'm going to move on to the next stage of working on the outside. I can finish the inside at home. The thing I want to do now is just give some relief on the bottom so that I can get a pin in there. And this essentially is the bottom. I'm going to do a little bit more scraping. Just get my pencil marks off of there. Okay, I took out some of that tear out too. So normally I would sand this down to at least 400, 600, and then I'm going to show you how I put the grid on there.
Doing a great job, Walt.
Okay, let's see. Platform, what do we do about platform? How can you lose a great big platform? Here it is. All right, this is something that Tom made. It goes on the tool rest. I have a small one for my lathe at home that I made of a block of wood. Does the same thing as this one does. It sits in the tool rest and you can move it up and down. And we're going to draw some lines on this. And I use, for the paint and whatnot, I use Faber-Castell. Can you see that? Faber-Castell pens. And they come, there's something called a brush that has a pointed tip, but it's not as fine as a tip as the skinny one. It's an S. I don't know what S stands for. Maybe it stands for skinny. And they come in all different colors. This is a brush of sienna color.
Walt, are those inks or what kind of paints are they?
They're India ink.
Thank you.
And it's not like alcohol ink. They're very permanent, and they work real well. Now, one thing I want to do here, I'm afraid that was going to happen.
What brand of pens are they?
What brand? That Faber Castell. Let's see if I can get one there that you can you zoom in on? Oh, you can't zoom in on it because it's there's the brand.
Yeah, we got it.
They call them Faber-Castell Pitt Artist Pen. And they're about $4 each. They're not cheap. I got it. So now to index this, put my index wheels in here. I make my own index wheels using that polar paper. This is kind of bright. Oh, let's see. There, you can see. You can see the printing on it now. And with the Polar Paper Maker, you can tell it how many indexes, how many things you want. And that's something that you figure out with your design and the diameter of the piece that you're working on. Now, this piece here actually has 112 vertical lines. This index piece, oops, get my head out of the way. This index piece has 56 lines. So I'll use it first to make 56 lines, and then I'll move the piece a little bit, as you'll see, to get the lines between. I'm not going to make all 56 lines. You'll be here for another hour. So we'll make maybe 12 lines and then go from there. So this fits. This is on masonite. It's glued to a piece of masonite, and I make the striations on the bandsaw. It's just the width of the bandsaw blade. And if you have indexing on your lathe, that is a number of striations you want, or a multiple of the striations you want. You don't have to make these. You can just use your indexing on the lathe. But if you want something specific that doesn't fit with the indexing on your lathe, then this is one way to do it. Now, one thing I found is that you want to get it good and flat so that this is turning nice and straight. It was turning straight when you took it off the lathe. You want it turning straight when you put it back on the lathe, because if it's moving in and out, it's going to be hard to get those pen lines even. So what I made was a little holder for the pen, and the pen fits into the holder like this. And I just tonight put that little piece of wire on there because I want to try something later in terms of getting the horizontal lines absolutely even. But for now, I'm just going to do the vertical lines. And I want to be at center. Well, let's see, how would I know? I'm just going to eyeball this. That's pretty good, actually. Whoops. Oh, this is good.
Set it against your tailstock height.
Yeah, I could do that, but it's not that critical. All right, so I have it on center, and now I have a popsicle stick here somewhere that fits in my index wheel like that, and I can draw my lines. My little piece of wire is getting in the way. I'll just bend it out of the way for now, and I'll bend it back later if it works. Okay. So I'm just making a line, vertical line, and I should put a pencil line up here so that if I want to stop, instead of going all the way up, I'll know where to stop. Okay. Take my next line. Now, someone was talking about wood burning. You could do the wood burner on a surface like this also, but what I do is I'd rather make the lines in pencil and then wood burn them freehand. It works just as well for me, rather than messing with the wood burner on a flat plane. Now, the distance, the problem again with something like this is the accuracy of the lines, and the distance between the lines depends on the accuracy of how you cut the grooves with the bandsaw and how well the popsicle stick centers it on that particular spot. But when you have this many lines and this many little boxes, no one can see the difference. Or if they can, they aren't going to talk about it. Okay, so I'm gonna stop there, but you get the idea, right?
Yes.
Now, going around on the other part of it, let me talk about getting the lines between. So this is this would give me half the number of lines I need for that design. So what I need to do is I need to come in here and pick a halfway mark on one part of this. I don't know if you can see that or not, probably not. Like that? Is that better? And then what I'll do is move the pen up onto move the standard or the pen up so that it centers on that line. And then every time I come back to here, it will give me that same spot on the line because I've raised the pen up to the distance I need in order to accomplish that line. Does that make sense? The other thing I could do would be to loosen this and move it around to where it's at that point and then tighten it back down. The problem is whether or not it's going to go right back into the same plane. So I find that moving this up just a little bit is a better solution than moving the index wheel itself, or at least that's what I've been doing. Now, to get the horizontal lines, I want the lines to be about the same. I want to make as close to a square as I can. So I want the lines to be about the same distance apart as they are vertical. Now, in this case, since I've only got half my lines, I'm going to slow the lathe way down and see how slow it goes. That's pretty slow. Okay, so I'm just going to put the pen up to the surface and let it come around. Now I've got that little wire spacer on there, and if I put that on the line I'm looking at,
Great idea.
whoops. Now, if you screw a line up, I just moved my scene. I've got this double line here because I wasn't concentrating, I guess, enough. You can always go back and either sand it off and start again, or you can leave it alone and see if it makes any difference. Now, in this piece, can you tell where that line was that was screwed up?
Yeah, we can see it.
Oh yeah, it's clear as day, Walt.
It's right there.
Yeah, it's right.
Yep,
there,
yep,
right there.
yep.
Yep, that's where. Yep, I saw it.
That thickness. And so if you don't take care of it now, you can't do anything about it later. So, you know, I'll just have to throw this in the fire.
Oh, we were just teasing. You can't see it, Walt.
Yeah, before
So-
you send it, throw it in the fire, send it to me.
Yeah, right.
I was gonna say, you can send it to me. I'll throw it away for you.
Well, it's not going anywhere, but the idea then is once you get all your horizontal and vertical lines and you get them to where you want them, actually, I'll just do one here. Yeah, I didn't do a very good job on that, but I'll do it. Then you get your horizontal lines to match that thickness. This will all get sanded off when I. And then you have a grid to work with. Now, the thing about the designs, pull some of these papers out here, is that, again, this is quite bright. When you make a design, you have a starting and a stopping point. Let me see if I can find one that I actually, okay, here's one, better one. This camera? Okay. A starting and a stopping point. So this pattern that I drew out on this graph paper repeats every 12 boxes. Well, what I say there would be, when I get done with this, would be 112 boxes, 112 vertical lines. 112 divided by 12 comes out to what? Is that?
It's not even. 144 would be even.
144. Let's see.
How many on your circular indexing wheel? How many
This one's
blocks do you have there?
This one's 56.
Okay.
And I have other circular other indexing wheels for different patterns. Oh, here's one. This one is 60. So this one would be 120. This is the pattern this is the wheel that actually I would use for this design because it repeats at 12. So 120 would give me this is a 60 piece wheel, and I would make 60 lines and then divide them in another 60. That would give me 120, and that would give me 10 repeats on the pattern.
Yep.
If I only want 5 repeats on the pattern, I just leave it at 60. So in this particular case, let's see, I have one here. One, two, three. This one has 6 repeats, but the repeat is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this would have 60 lines on it. This one actually would be done with the other wheel, but just one set of lines, of horizontal lines. So what I guess the point is that you have to think about, drawing the boxes in, it's just a matter of filling in the pattern on whatever it is that you have decided to do. That's the easy part, actually. It's the most tedious part, But it's once you get that to that point, it's actually just a matter of sitting down and doing it. In this case, I would count over 12. I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, assuming that I had the pattern right. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then I would come down the other way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, well, I'd leave myself any space here, but it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I would just go on and fill in the rest of the pattern.
A 56 tick pattern would allow you to repeat this, a 14 block pattern. So you could, if you just added, like, skipped a block and then added a vertical line, you could do that pattern on this one.
Yeah, you can do that too. You can split your pattern up and put other patterns between the patterns. And in fact, that slide, I don't know if that shows it. Let's see if I have a picture of it. Well, here, this will demonstrate. You can have a pattern like this, and skip 2 lines and do that pattern again. Skip 2 lines, do that pattern again, and make it fit into the wheel. As long as you count out and you're sure it's going to come out even. That's the advantage of the polar paper. Is before you actually put it on the wood, you can see whether it's going to intersect correctly or come out even. Otherwise, actually, the graph paper gives you a better idea of what the pattern's going to look like on the side of the piece. But I think this is where the problem-solving part comes in, and this is what makes it interesting and inspirational, in my opinion, to try to do something different. And not all. See, I pulled a couple pieces here that I've done. Here's a piece. This is a tiny piece. And I put milk paint on it, and I cut the top at an angle. It's a Navajo design. And I don't know how many people out there have worked with milk paint. It's new to me. I won a raffle and got $100 worth of milk paint sitting on my shelves at home. So I figured I better learn how to use it or do something with it. And it's very interesting. It's a mineral type thing. So it looks a lot like pottery, and it buffs out a lot like pottery too. This is a piece that I marbled. Let's see if you can see that. Where am I looking at? Osbot. I marbled it and then put a dragonfly stencil over top of it, and then put milk paint over top of that, and then buffed it out, and it gives you a whole different look. But again, it's the Native American pottery shape. A lot of our pots that I've seen, I'll generalize here. People make very small bottoms on them. So, but most of the Native American pots have a very substantial bottom because they don't want them to fall over. They're actually there to be used and that you can put something in. Again, I think I showed this pot. This is another very simple design. It's just a couple chevrons with every other dot in between. Did that focus? Is it? Oh, there it goes. Okay. So you have that. This is beaded. You can bead the outside of the pot and put a design on it. This is wood burn. with a Cocobolo lit top on it. And if you go online and you look up Native American figures, art figures, these different figures have different meanings: wind, rain, harvest, war, music, and whatnot. And you can find that online. And they were just wood burned on top. So I think that the point is that we all find our inspiration somewhere, and I've found mine on the Native American pottery. So that's what I have for you tonight. If there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And I will just sand this all off and start over again with the lines, but that's how I do them.
Outstanding demo there, Walt. We appreciate you sharing your knowledge and inspiration and how-tos there.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure.
So folks, floor is open. If you got any questions or comments, now's your chance.
Great job, Walt.
Do you have a source for patterns?
Well, yeah, in a way. Although, what I would suggest, the internet has, if you're looking at a pattern, especially to learn how to put it into the graph paper and whatnot, there's a number of books on Indian pottery that you can get your hands on very inexpensively through used bookstores. The other idea is if you go online and you look up Maria Martez or some of these other, just put in Google Native American potters, and you'll get the galleries that carry their work, and you'll see great pictures of their pottery, and you can see that the designs that they use, and try to figure them out. And believe me, it's not always simple to figure them out. Right. And put them on graph paper, even though you're looking straight at it. Your repeats and your interactions between the patterns gets quite complex. But that's one way to do it. And then the second thing is make your own patterns. They are a bunch of little dots on graph paper, so you can design anything you want. But the inspiration can come from the internet. And there's a lot to learn by trying to repeat a pattern that you see on a piece of the pottery.
Thank you.
There's a number of different styles. So if you do a Google image search on any of the, if you want to do a specific style, like Navajo or Hopi or Pueblo or any of the other ones, there is a great for instance, I know that there's a huge repertoire of imagery for Pueblo style pottery online also. So just do a Google image search and you'll see hundreds of examples.
Right. And you can get some of the ancient examples, like some of the environmental pottery or the cooking pottery that they actually use versus the decorative pottery that they now sell. There's quite a difference there too in terms of shapes and design. There's so much stuff out there, it's impossible to even talk about it all. But the different pueblos, like Santa Clara, has those little black pots. The sculptured pots, the Yakima are some of these more traditional, what I call shapes and fine lines, fine detailed design. The Navajo pots are a little different, but you have a lot of artists. It's like their signature pot. So, if you see a John Jordan wood turning, it's a John Jordan wood turning just because that's, they all look kind of alike. And Steve Sinner, what his vases look like. You can pick some of this stuff out. So there are potters out there that are currently working, Native American potters that are currently working that have signature styles that you can begin to recognize if you go and look for it.
Walt, there was a question on after you're done laying everything out, got your design on there. What do you use to finish it?
Oh, that's a good question. Almost anything goes over India ink without smearing. I tend to use spray lacquer, Krylon matte finish, and then a couple of coats of that, and then buff it. Now with the milk paint, I have nothing on the surface of this. This is just burnished or buffed out, and it's a mineral type paint, so it has its own characteristics, and it's just different. I can't tell you that I've mastered this at all, but it's something I've been playing with, and I don't have to put any lacquer or anything else on top of it. It's finished. What else? Oh, this is another milk paint piece. All the wood, not all the wood that I use is fancy enough to. I mean, it's pretty plain wood. There's no grain particular to it or anything else. So I coated this with milk paint and then did the design and the painting on it. And I don't have anything on it yet. I probably would coat it with lacquer if I finish it.
Yeah. Okay. Good info. Great demo once again.
Well, thank you.
Very good.
I threw a link in chat a while back. There's an online app that'll let you generate those polar grids of any size.
Yes, it's called Graph Maker Paper 8. GRAPH, Graph Paper, PAPER, Maker, MAKER 8.
Okay, well, this one was mathpolate.com, but I'll go look that up and throw it in there too.
Yeah, it's an app. I have it on my machine as an app, but I think you can use it online also for free. So if you do graph paper, if you just Google graph paper, it'll come up. It will pop up.
Yeah.
Thanks, Walt.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Another job I got to try to get caught up on.
That was very
Yeah, I
nice.
gotta do one of them.
Thank you very much. That was very nice.
You're welcome.
Everybody thank the cameraman and the shot provider.
Thank you,
Kenny.
Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Walt.
Take a bow, Tom.
Tom has some show and tell that he wants to put up here that has something to do with
Yes,
this.
he does. He will be the second one up. All right. While Walt's cleaning up and Tom's getting ready to set his pieces up, let's go back to Captain Eddie. Captain Eddie.
Hey, boy, that was a soup to nuts meeting, wasn't it? That was good.
Sure was.
And he was talking about that, the graph paper. I went right to my CAD program and found the format that I can pop it right up into my CAD program and do the same thing. And I had played with that for platters for a while, but I never thought about taking it and moving it to the outside of a piece. It's just very interesting. And just like Matt was saying, there's a lot of math doing it. And if you have a program where you can spread it out, how many of us have started with the pattern and got 3/4 of the way around and said, we've all experienced that. Graph paper is cheaper than that piece of wood. So try the graph paper. It's the best thing in the world for you to design your work on. It is, folks. You should just invest in a good tablet of graph paper and start with that before you chuck up in a piece of wood, because you'll get your thought juices running through, and it'll help you plan it out, and the mistakes can be erased. That helps. Couple of notes here for the club. We got we had an update on the Mark Soleil situation. Mark has had another TIA and he's not doing very well, but they're working on him. And if y'all know Mark Soleil, the wood slicer, he's a tough old bird, and he will kick ass. He will win through this, but we all have our concerns. Add him to your prayer list if you would. Mark's going to
He's
come
here
on.
tonight, Eddie.
Pardon?
He's here with us, Eddie.
He's here. He's here.
He is.
I'm here in the hospital.
watching y'all.
There we go. Looky there.
Look at that. Hey, put some clothes on, man.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, Mark.
Yeah,
Good to
you
see
look
you, Mark.
good.
Faded in.
I'm
He's
going
dressed
home.
that way for Brenda.
I'm going home tomorrow.
Good. All right.
Good.
Good, good,
So
good.
good to see you. See, this is it. Bunch of friends talking, and there he is right there. Probably giving people a hard time in the hospital, too.
I am.
Good, Mark. You get well, bud. You're in our thoughts.
He's
You're in our
probably
thoughts.
charmed all the nurses by now.
Member of our family right there. So y'all take care of them, okay? Couple other quick notes. We still have club stickers available. Tonight, I was working on mailing out. I got some orders. These are 10 stickers. I'll get you 10 stickers. They're about 3 inches high and wide. And we have these. It was purchased by an individual for the club, and we're selling them off. There's no profit involved because we're going to keep this going. Just promote the name of the club and get the name out there. And I saw just now on Tom's lathe during our demo, just like Dane's challenges, put one on the side of every demonstration lathe in the world, and there it was, boom, on the side of the lathe as we get started. So we're looking to get our name out. If you'd like to get 10, they're $5. If I have to ship them overseas or out of the country, America, I need $1 more, so it'd be $6. I have a group in Great Britain that wants a bundle of about 25, I think he has on there, and I said I'll get those to you for his club. And then we have some going to the Tennessee area wood turners, which happens in January. We have a representative going to be there. We're going to dominate a little bit of the space of the TAW. And we're looking for other venues. If you can help us get the word out about your wood turning club. And here's the deal. It is your club, folks. You just watched a great demonstration. You saw turning, you saw a layout, you saw planning, you saw some ideas. You saw a mistake.
For free.
And, well, I didn't get all of it to that. You got all this, and it was for free. And all this happened. Now, you see these kinds of things at demos, but if they make a mistake, they pick up another piece and keep going. Well, then do that just now. He told you what he's going to do. He says, oops, if you do this, because he was talking to us and doing his demonstration, because he's a member and a friend. And oops, what do I do? Guess what he would do? You do. And right there, I'd get my scraper out and zip, take it right off and go right back to work on it again. And that's what he did. So that is ideas and thoughts and all coming from you, the membership. And I love this thing. Somebody this week posted something on Facebook about on our Facebook page, and you're free to go there and post photographs of your work. We love to see your work. The no but guarantee is there too. If you post something about the club, we'd love to see it. But they put something up that said, what do you think we have achieved or developed with the creation of Worldwide Woodturners? And I read it with interest, and this was a really, really great week for me. I mean, I'm on a heel, and things are popping along, and I'm looking at it and said, you know, when I pushed a button on this 211 meetings ago, the idea was to get some friends together on a tailgate out in the parking lot and talk wood turning, have no money involved, no hierarchy, no, oh, he's a leader and all this. Nothing, none of that. We're just a bunch of friends on a tailgate. And we invite everybody. And we all get out there. What did we become? We became a bunch of friends on the tailgate talking wood turning.
Yep.
Can you beat that? You can't beat it. There's nothing like it in the entire world, and it's up to you to keep it going. So we want you to invite your friends. bring in your buddies along. We'll get a new member in tonight. We know he's from the Alamo Woodturners. Yeah, but bunch of great guys and gals at the Alamo Group. I met them all at SWAT, and that's what we do. We all hang out, tell stories. I mean, I'm pretty sure Billy Bird's back tonight. They threw him out the country. He had to travel all the way around to get back into the country again. But we as a pile of characters that join us each week. We joke and tease about people. We don't want to be rude. In fact, we have rules about that. Our rules are the same rules as what you received when you went to kindergarten. Come in, don't bring an attitude. We're all equal. Make a friend, keep a friend, and be nice. Isn't that what your mama told you when you went to kindergarten or pre or daycare or whatever, or just to school? You go in, you make a friend, and be nice. Here we are. I love this. Hey, if you've got an event coming up, we have an event calendar on our chat column. And that goes to the world's greatest website dealing with wood turning, which Dave Rhodes is our webmaster, our master webmaster. You see that website? There's not another one like it in the entire world. He's a volunteer. He's a member like you. Yeah. And he puts this together. Well, there's an event list, and it's going to have an event on that I can't believe his nickname, Scott Mint Hampton, out of California. He's got an online Zoom event coming up, and it's going to be on the calendar right there, but it's on the chat. You got something dealing with wood turning? And it is not a club event. I got to find out what it is, because everything in the world dealing with wood turning is a club event, worldwide wood turners. Put it in the chat. Let us know if there's a deal happening, if there's a way that we can help you or something you want to talk about. I mean, we talked about Martin Clarkson. He lost his shop. He needed help building a new one. He still needs a little help building his shop, getting back. You all, Turners, have stepped up and helped out Martin and others. And some folks helped me out too when I lost my shop. And that's what friends do. Friends help friends. Put it in the chat. Let us know. We're there to help you out. And if you've got gallery items, you've got a couple of things to show, all you have to do is put it in the chat, say I have something to show. We'll get to you. We'll take a look at it, see what you're doing. And remember the deal. No but guarantee. Doesn't matter what you turned. Doesn't matter what, if you worry about if it meets somebody's standard. Did what you turn feel good right here? Did you turn something and you liked it and you want to show it to us? Kaczynski, you've been turning ornaments like crazy. And I've been seeing them on the Facebook page. You're really rocking and rolling, bud. And it looks like it's not a construction lumber. That's a weird term, isn't it? Construction lumber. But you got something to show us. Our no bet guarantee is this. We can look at your piece. We want to look at your piece. We want to know about your piece. How big is it? What kind of wood is it? What kind of finish do you have on it? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We want to know all those little particulars about that piece. But we cannot say, I like that butt. You heard that butt? No butt. We like that. Me, you, and nobody else is qualified to critique your work. We're not critiquing your work. We want to see your work. We want to appreciate your work. We want to see the beauty of what you've come up with, your creativity, your style, your artistry. That's what we want to see. If you think we're going to judge you, you're in the wrong place. Because above all else, I don't believe anybody can judge anybody else. Not right here. Not right now. Okay, it is now about 20 minutes before the top of the hour. I'm Captain Eddie Castellan. I'm the moderator, not the president, I'm not the host. I'm just a moderator. I'm just hanging out. And I'm waiting to see what you have to show us tonight. So if you got something, pop up. Dane Chandler handles our gallery and our stuff. We have about 10 co-hosts, and that's just a positions of folks that say they want to sit around and help us each week, just like you do. So let's rock and roll to it. Dane, you got something going on, bud?
Yeah, sure do. Let's
Who we got?
let's go to this guy here first. Get him out of the way. Whoa. look at that.
Yourself.
How about that?
We're getting you out of the way, huh?
Oh, him.
So
I
I've
saw
got me
that
a,
beast. I saw that. That is awesome.
So I got me a 14¼ inch by 5½ inch Osage orange bowl.
Look at that.
A commission
That's
piece.
nice.
So I left a little rustic, so you got some handles, little grippies here, you know, with the bark. So I had some major cracks, as you can see here on the inside. Wasn't much holding on to that. So it's filled with some black pearl and some crushed Mojave green turquoise. The camera's not picking it up, but when the light catches it, you got the black speckled sparkle along with the Mojave green sparkle. It looks pretty striking in real life. And then of course you got the actual stones put
That
in
is
with
cool.
tweezers
That
and
is
pounded
really
down
beautiful.
in.
What kind of stones did you use?
Mojave turquoise, Mojave green turquoise. That's a type of turquoise that we have out here in the desert.
Oh,
Looks
that's
so
Finish. Pretty. That looks good, man.
Nice.
Beauty and
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I
Thank
see
you.
2 eyes and a mouth.
Very nice, dude.
Yeah, what all you see in there, Brenda?
Saw 2 eyes and a mouth when you turn it around.
I can see my reflection.
Me too.
That's a big nose.
Beautiful
Is your
finish.
tongue
What is
long?
it?
The big
Oh, that's
I
mouse.
see Aladdin's lamp.
I see a beard right
Yeah.
behind it.
Yeah, I just saw Aladdin's lamp myself there, Charlie. But
I see a
yeah,
beard right behind it.
that's my standard finish.
It's stunning.
Early.
So it's, you know, however, this time I
There was a
did
duck.
not use bold linseed oil. I used I let the first couple of coats of the tongue oil suffice as my sanding sealer, and then I've got 5 coats of 100% tongue oil put on top of it. So that's me for the evening.
Looks great.
Oh, yeah. It's an awesome piece.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
just
thank you.
beautiful.
Very tedious. So worried about blowing it up, you know, especially with that section that was suspect. When it came time to hollow out the inside, I wrapped the outside of it with strapping with cargo plastic. So, all right, let's go to Walt here, which is actually Tom. Hey, Tom.
Tom for Walt.
Tom for Walt.
Knowing that the theme for tonight's show is going to be using these little Southwestern forms as a template to embellish, I pulled out 2 pieces. A couple years ago, we had Dixie Biggs come up here and do a demo. And this is one of the techniques she showed, and it's so simple that even I could do it. It's a little hollow, whoops, pardon me, I got a new toy here and I'm still learning it. What she did in her demo was drew lines very similar to what Walt did using the index on the lathe. And then the radial lines just did them freehand, started kind of in the center, put one on each end, and then divided that and came up with a little grid. Then she took a little spherical, I think this was a diamond thing, and burned at the intersections, burned those dots in. And again, it was easy enough that even I could do it. And then took this expensive $6 or $7 Harbor Freight engraver, and you just go from the top of one line to the bottom of the other, repeat, 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 work your way around, and you come up with a neat little pattern.
You zen tangled it.
Okay.
Zentangled?
Zentangle.
If you go online, you can find a billion different patterns for that. This is a little bit larger piece, unknown wood. I'm not sure what it is, but it was so bland. It might have been magnolia. I dyed it yellow, then did the same technique, burning the little holes and scribbling the little lines, and then went over it with black embellishing wax to highlight that. And again, made a simple little holoform, kind of interesting.
I like that.
Yeah,
That's what we got for tonight.
That's pretty.
Very nice.
They look great.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Love those ziggy zaggies.
Thanks for opening your shop and everything like that for Walt to come in.
My pleasure.
Appreciate that.
It's nice to get it put to use. We did all the cameras for during COVID when we couldn't meet in person, so it's all set up and ready to go. We can just come in and do it.
Yeah, it's a great setup you got there.
Thank you.
Really like that sticker on your lathe too.
You bet.
All right, buddy. We'll see you next time.
You bet.
All right.
Good night.
Let's go to Lakewood. What's happening, Grandpa?
Oh, a little bit too much, actually.
Uh-oh.
I've been working through that European Purple Beech. And
I like the grain. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it really is.
love this
Nice.
wood.
Yeah.
Little crotch piece.
And,
Look great.
It's probably the biggest in diameter piece I've ever done. It's close to 14 inches in a long way.
Wow.
But
Very nice.
That's
what
pretty.
I like is on the bark, I managed to keep some of the lichens that were there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's even a little bit of a history of the tree here, because there's a spot where the bark was chipped off and then regrew.
Okay.
And then there's another spot where it was chunked off and it's just about closed over. Because this part down here is not bark, it's just but
That's really
I'm
nice.
pleased with it. Yeah, I wish I could have gotten more of a curve, but the piece I was working with wasn't very thick, so I had to make do.
Real nice.
You certainly did it justice.
Why, thank you.
Yes.
That's about all I had the time for this week. It was
Pretty day.
Oh, thank you.
That's a great centerpiece, Dave.
Yeah. It's already sold, so cool.
That's the best way.
That's the best kind.
Oh yeah.
All right. Let's go to where is bouncing around. Doug Miller. Hey, Doug.
Hello. How is
Come look,
everybody?
you saw him jump. Go woke him up.
Scared me. Well, I got a couple things for you. Was watching. Well, I've been watching the Rafin videos, and that's always a lot of fun. Periodically, he pulls out a flat piece of wood and he turns one of those things. Spatula, that's what I'm trying to think of. Anyway, this was my take on it. This was not a flat piece, but a round piece, just some little small branches. That was a practice piece that I did for these two. Put that one down so I can show you these. Again, just a piece of round branch wood, something that fell out of my trees here in the yard. And I just picked them up. These were cut off at odd lengths, about 8 inches or so, 8-9 inches. And so I just threw them on the lathe. They're too small to be Christmas trees, but they made pretty nice little spatulas. They're small enough that in a pinch, use them as a fork or a spoon to eat with. So that was a lot of fun yesterday. And then
Are you bandsawing the blade? How are you getting the blade?
It's all turned first, and then I took it, and yes, Matt, I bandsawed a little bit of this and then sanded it on a big disc sander. Just real simple. Didn't make any, I didn't take any time to do it. In fact, I did 2 of those yesterday on my live demo. So in under an hour, I did 2 of them.
Those are cool, Doug.
For the hashtag challenge that Steve Kirvell does. I did my 3-wing bowl instead of the normal kind of a trumpet concave curve on them. I did a convex curve, so it's a normal slope with a bit of a foot. Have it inside. And that gives you a little bit of a hint that yes, I did a lid for it, walnut lid, but not just a lid.
Oh,
Very
Looks
nice.
good.
That's matched
Beautiful.
ribbon.
I saw a demonstration on that last week.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
buddy. And I did that on Thursday.
Love the ribbon.
Let's see. Let me get this paper up here. You can see it a little better, I think. There you go.
Yeah, it's
That's
gorgeous.
awesome,
That worked out
Doug.
great.
Yes.
I did not
Gorgeous.
have a Dremel blade to cut with. I ended up cutting it with a round burr, and it worked not as easy as a saw blade would have been, but that little burr did a great job. I mean, that's it. Little tiny
Yeah,
burr.
the first one I tried, that's what I cut mine with. So yeah, it'll work.
It works. It works.
Yep.
Started on this upper end and worked my way down, and I would cut a little bit on one side and then a little bit on the other side, and kept it even all the way down, and it worked out great. So that when it's all done, you end up with a pretty nice piece.
Hey,
I
Doug.
took it in. Yes, sir.
Lynn wants to know where you got the idea for the ribbon.
From Matt.
From last week's demo.
Yeah, last week's
Oh,
demo. Yeah. And I colored
the
it
chat.
with the color shift powder from Emma, and it looks really good in person. The camera only picks up the blue, but it's got purple and green and all kind of colors in it.
We can
It
see
looks
the
purple.
blue.
Don't
We've
drop
got
it.
some demo catching up to do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
you do,
that
Billy.
powder is just wonderful, and no video or picture I've ever taken has done it justice.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. If I turn it around every once in a while, you pick up the blue. I saw a hint of green just a while ago, but I can see it in person. I can see all three colors, and it was interesting. I only put the glue on the outside, but the powder sticks to the inside as well. Not as thick, but I can see it. It's pretty interesting, and it doesn't blow off. I could not get it off.
You can sand that off, Doug.
I could sand it, but I'm not going to do that. I used some of the Krylon triple thick, and I've got to get used to that stuff. I've got way more on there than I should. I've got probably 7-8 coats on there, but it looks okay right now. Still didn't get the finial quite as coated as I wanted to. It's got one little place on it, but that's going to be. Some of y'all saw that I got my 1,000 subscriber mark just the other day. This is going to be one of the prizes for that. So anyway, that's what I've got.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Very nice, Doug.
Real nice.
Thanks, guys.
Doug.
Look good, Doug.
Beautiful piece.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Birdhouse Bob.
Oh, how's everybody doing tonight?
We're
Doing
doing great,
good.
Bob. How about yourself?
Well, I did a little box,
Good.
box, and I did mine a little different.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's all set.
Crooked.
And then I put rings on I did it offset.
Very
It's not in
cool.
the center of the box.
Very cool.
That looks great.
And then put matching rings to go with the finial.
That's
I love
nice,
it.
Bob.
Gorgeous.
That's really cool.
But
How does the bird get in it?
that way,
Ah, he's got to take the top off.
stays on the perch.
There you go.
Ah.
That's the perch for a bird. And he goes in
Oh,
the
goodness.
door like that.
Oh, look at that.
Beautiful.
That's actually really pretty. That's really pretty, Bob.
Well,
The
thank you.
hinge.
It's gorgeous.
That's
I
Well,
really
that's
carved mine
commandments
gently. I carved mine gently with a Proxen long neck grinder. I didn't have the right burr, so I just used the grinder.
well. I'm talking about your lid, the way you made the lid.
Oh, well, thank you. I
I
put
mean,
this.
that's another part of what we've been learning here.
I drilled the hole here for the finial to fit in, and then I put it on a disc. My chuck had a sanding disc on it, and then ran the tailstock up into it, and then put the rings, and it was running off center, but it was running to match that hole right where the finial goes
Right.
in.
Very cool.
Nice.
Slick. Good idea.
And that's what I got for this week.
All kinds of surprises,
Great.
Bob.
Thank you.
Who said he couldn't make something else other than a birdhouse?
Well, see, it's got a perch right here for it.
There you go.
There's the
We've
perch
seen
for the
his
bird.
off-centers.
You can
We've
have
seen
a
his
couple
off-center
birds on
stuff
there.
and his plates.
Yeah.
Oh, I know,
Yeah.
right?
He just needs the hole. That's all. That's all.
Yeah,
he
you
needs.
just have to just drive a nail through the bottom and hold it onto a tree.
There you go.
Right.
Put
True,
the,
true.
put the
Yeah,
lid
yeah.
on a axle so it turns, and you got it.
Right.
Just put a handle on the inside so the bird can close it when he goes in.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Yeah, we have too much fun with Birdhouse Bob. Thanks,
That's
Bob.
right. Well, I have fun here too. And I
Yeah,
enjoyed
definitely.
that demo tonight.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. And I enjoyed the one last week.
Yeah, that
Well,
was real good.
every week. So
They're always
Yeah.
good.
I look
All
forward
right, let's
to
go
this.
to Mr. Grinstead. Hey, Bob. Bob number 2.
Yeah, let
There
me.
you go, another Bob.
here.
What more could you ask for?
Yeah, hey guys, let me turn on a little light here. Maybe you can see this a little better. This was a plate or a platter that I made using that burner.
Nice, sir.
Remember my little $37 battery charger burner, but
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
but that
Looked like a good demo to me.
yeah, but it turned out good. I think Birdhouse Bob did these too. You did something like. But it turns out real good. I like the burner. That burner you can actually turn down and use regular tips in it. But it turned out good. I was missed it here. I actually made a mistake here. I was trying to turn this center out, and of course I got a catch. And what did it do? Started running back this way. But I saved it. I put a bead out here, and it still looks fine. So anyway, it turned out good. It was a good save, and it still
I
turned
got
out fine. So, but yeah, and it's got that Krylon paint on it again, triple thick. I like that stuff. You know, if you can't buff it out, just coat it, and I like that a whole lot better than I do lacquers.
That's
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Got a nice shine.
Yep, that was my contribution for tonight, guys.
It looks great, Bob. Good
Outstanding.
job, man.
Good looking.
All right, thanks.
I like the way the texture looks with your burn machine there.
Yeah, the texture turns out really good. I like that too. I've made a couple of pieces now with that same texture, and it sure looks good.
How long did it take you to do that?
The texture itself, I don't know, it might have taken 45 minutes or something. It goes pretty fast. It's not bad.
I like that texture in the center too.
Yeah, yeah. That I like that too. I'm not real good at it, but that
I think that adds a
fine.
lot to it.
Sure it does. Kind of dresses it up a little bit.
Right.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you, Bob.
Sure.
Can't wait to see what you do this week so we can see it next week.
Oh yeah, thanks.
All right, let's go to Terry, see what he's got going on. Got you muted, Terry. Now we lost your camera. Still muted.
Okay, finally. I don't know what
There we are.
happened. I get you? We're up?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that Matt knew that some of us were paying attention last week. So I worked on the finials. I got sidetracked with some other jobs, and I didn't make a lid for them yet, or a box or something to put them on. I was just practicing with
nice.
them and playing with them.
I
And,
knew he had to have more than
I just
one.
put-
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't do anything with one. And I probably
I
have
love
to
it. I've
use
got
one
six.
more. Actually,
I've got 6 or 7 myself, Terry, that I need to make stuff for. So yeah.
yeah.
Beautiful.
Well, actually, I talked about them and talked myself into demoing them this weekend at the club. So that ought to be interesting. And one thing I
Nice.
wanted to say is I had a little trouble sanding in here, getting it nice and smooth. So I went to the drawing board and made a high-tech tool. If you guys want one, I'll sell them for like $20. And put that on there.
Does that include shipping and handling?
Yeah, put that
That's
on there
excellent.
just like that and sand it before you cut it. Drill the hole
Hey,
and then
Terry.
sand the inside of the hole.
Right.
Hey,
And
Terry.
you're all set, and then you cut it. And I didn't have the right saw blades, and I went to Harbor Freight, and I actually got a little package that came with a mandel and like 5 saw blades. The smallest one was a little too large, but it was like 7/8 of an inch or something. And it was pretty aggressive, and it worked really good. And I have a master carver, but it's the cable and everything is kind of restrictive. So I actually used a $10, $12 Harbor Freight electric tool, just a little Dremel tool. And I really like it. It's got a really light cord on it, and it only weighs a few ounces. You can almost use it like a pen. And at the same time, I was able to find package with some sanding drums and some mandrels down to a 1/4 inch, which I found a 1/4 inch a little hard to find. I found them online, but finding them in the big box store, I didn't really find them. Everything is in a kit for like $30, and you get 5 of the ones you want and 500 of the ones you don't want. But anyway, they came out halfway through. Now I got to make a box. But then I'll try to go quick here. I started working with some of the mesquite that I got. And I really didn't like it because it had a lot of problems. But this is one bowl that came out of it. This is a actual side grain piece. You can see the pith goes straight through the middle. This is like a 6-inch, 5-inch round stick. It's not very big. It was like 5-inch piece, went around. It came out halfway decent. You can see that. Then I went if I could do some more, and the wood was terrible. But we had a guy in our club that loved terrible wood. Unfortunately, he passed away on us a while back. But anyway, I decided I'd try some of the ugly wood that I had out there. This is end grain.
Beautiful. Ooh.
Ain't nothing ugly about that.
No, that's
gorgeous. That's really
and
cool, Terry.
Love mesquite.
I walked around it and kicked it 3 or 4 times thinking it wasn't going to work out very good because it had branches sticking out of it and everything else. But they have old branches sticking out and all around every which way. And but it came out pretty nice. I got the bottom probably a little small, but I figure it's just a piece for art's sake and it's not going to get knocked over anyway. It's a little heavy, but it's still real green. Then I found one more piece that was the same log, but a smaller one, the same piece, and did the same thing to it. I almost lost it. I got down, I had more bark on the top of it, and I had a little part that I didn't like, and I one more cut. Yeah, right. Well, that was the end of it, but I went with it anyway. And I went with the cut anyway and kind of ended up and took some markers and stuff and went around. None of them are completely finished. I got more finished to put on them. I ran out of time. It didn't dry, but they came out looking really pretty. It's got so much character.
Beautiful.
That I really like it. So there I got, folks. And next week I'll let you know how bad the demo turned out.
Oh, you'll be fine, Terry.
I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed making those finials, and they're not hard to do, you guys that haven't tried it. It's, I mean, you're talking 10, 15, 20 minutes a piece if you got the right tool. And Harbor Freight has both those kits, and I only paid like $50 for both of them. And that little electric Dremel tool, I've had that for years, and I use it a lot more than I use that $400 master carver is the carver's got set the cables restrictive. That little Dremel tool from the cheap one from Harbor Freight is not much bigger than a cigar. You can handle it really well. And one thing I will check, if you do all the sanding and everything on the lathe, if you drop your piece of sandpaper on the floor, don't reach across the lathe to get it and hit this on your arm, because then you'll have to glue it back together right there.
Good to know, Terry. I like some sound advice.
Well, thanks a lot. Good talking to everybody. And
Nice job, Terry.
Thanks, buddy.
Great job.
All right, let's go to Mr. Fitz. What's happening, Todd?
Well, I showed you guys this bowl 2 weeks ago, and I didn't have a pedestal for it. So here's the bowl I was working on 2 weeks ago that
Oh yeah.
that I left the mortise in, and I've made a couple of pedestals for it now. I made this one I don't like, but I think I found one here that I sort of like for it. So
It looks like a Kelly inspiration.
A nice little simple look to it there.
Yeah, that looks good.
And
I like it. The simpler looks better, I think, eh?
yeah, I thought so too. This is a piece of mahogany, and I sanded it down and blew it out really well and put one coat of sanding sealer on it. And then I burnished that off and blew it out again and stuff, and then put one coat of lacquer on it. And then I don't know if you can see, but in all the pores of it, then I put in the Hampshire Sheen Gold embellishing wax into those little pores. And so it's got a neat little sparkle to it in person. So I'm really pretty happy with it. I might actually, I textured the bottom of it also.
Nice.
So
Terry. Nice,
cool.
Todd. And then I might get the nerve up to glue it in. So we'll see. And I used my little Robert Sorby texturing tool that I put a little handle on it using the Hampshire Sheen intrinsic dies.
Nice.
I can't stop using those dies.
They're nice, aren't they?
Yeah, and I bought a new little 3/8 spindle gouge from Doug Thompson, and then I used the carnival colors on the handle for it. So I can't stop myself. It just I keep grabbing that stuff. So
well, that'll make it a lot easier when you want to use one specific tool. You know, just look for that color handle.
Exactly.
That made it a better tool already.
So I enjoy it more every time I pick it up. So we'll go with that. That's all I have.
All right.
Nice,
They look
nice
great.
job.
Beautiful
there.
pieces.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's get Jim. Hey, Jim. You're muted, Jim. Now we got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got two pieces this week. I've been a little under the weather. This is a bowl that I did out of that black locust.
That's nice.
Very nice.
And
Yes.
that's the sapwood. That's the stuff I had trouble with the shellac that everybody liked and I didn't. And then I did a asymmetrical. I had a smaller piece.
Ooh.
And I didn't want to lose
Cool.
any of the inside diameter, so I didn't cut off the other edge. But that turned out okay.
That's pretty cool.
Great.
Thank you.
Nice pieces.
Good.
Very nice.
Thanks.
All right, Jim. Well, feel better. Hope you're on the mend. All right, let's go to the other Jim. Mr. Duxbury.
Oh, it's me. Okay. I'll do a screen share here.
Wake up, Jim.
I'm going. I hope I did this. That's a bamboo desk model kaleidoscope.
the Bamboo Society has a contest every year to make things out of bamboo. And I entered it and came in second. They said technically it was great, but it didn't look enough like bamboo. I guess they wanted bamboo
Oh my
joints.
goodness.
Anyway, it was fun to make. Bamboo is not the greatest wood to work with. It's all right. That's the other side of it. It's a 3-mirror scope, and the end revolves up here. This revolves. It's got a 250 millimeter lens in it, 2 diopter, and the adjustment here. This one is not lighted inside. I make them that are lighted inside too. That's the adjustment. Anyway, I had to bring this up. Scott, Matt brought up a pigtail. I worked one day, oh God, for hours making pigtails. I finally got one that was right. And I thought, doggone, it's got to have a pig now. So I turned a pig. And
that was Ruby who brought up pigtails.
What? Oh, was it? I thought you
We're
made
gonna have a barbecue now.
Yeah. Anyway.
Now you gotta
That's
make
cute.
an apple for the mole.
Yeah. It had kind of a personality. I thought it was kind of neat, but anyway, I didn't want to sell
Yes.
it. I showed it, first place I showed it, some woman, oh God, does she want this pig? Well, I finally sold it to her, but I kicked myself ever since. But even the ears are turned. These are turned and split.
Is that the Duke?
And my son had his 50th birthday. So my wife made this bottle and we drilled it and put $5 bills in it all over. He isn't going to get one for his 60th birthday, but anyway. That's just something different. Oh, and this is a Ikebana. This is a 6-sided turning with an Ikebana in it. I could not get a picture. That's got all those little pointy wires sticking up in it.
A frog.
A frog. That's the bottom of it. But you put water in here. It's Japanese. In fact, it's a ritual or almost a religion of how they've arranged flowers and what they do with these things. There's a whole science to it. But anyway, that's the other side of it. Oh, I showed this before. This is a bowl I turned. And this is the same kind of turning in the Ikebana. So that's it for me.
Very neat.
Thank you.
Neat.
Good, Jim.
Wow.
Thank you.
Looks great, Jim.
All right.
Thank you much.
Kelly.
Hey, how's it going? So I'm kind of almost shy to show this because one just got shown, but here's mine.
Oh my
Looks
goodness.
great.
Beautiful.
Sweet.
That is pretty, Kelly.
That's a cool looking piece of wood.
It's pretty big. I did a dye demo for the club last Saturday, basically kind of sanding and finishing and dyeing. And so it's a piece of figured maple.
Really pretty.
So
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's kind of shiny, and same technique where you clean the grain out real good and embellish the grain with the gold, and then you got the flame. That's all I got.
Very nice.
Looks
All right,
good.
right on, Kelly. All right, let's go down to the T's. Tim Hatch. Tim, we got you now.
All right. Well, everybody remembers I did the little demo on that cross-drilled Christmas tree ornament a couple weeks ago. And
Sure did.
I came up instead of the cross-drilled one the wife said, "Hey, why don't you make something a little funky?" Came up with this, and the way I did that was
That's cool.
instead of rounding it out at the center, I used my center line, and then I just went from center rounded to the ends, and that left that little point on there. That doesn't work all the time. I mean, sometimes you get a little catch or something, but I want a little. I made about 15 like that, and then finished up a bunch of these. Of course, you know, I been laid up for a while, doctor's visits and all that other happy crap. But that one looks pretty cool, I thought. So I did
Yeah.
finished up some finials and finished up all the ornaments that I started before I got laid up. And then today, first time in the shop in a while, turned a little bowl. This is a little found ground wood up there by Rockler last winter when we had snowpocalypse come through. There was trees down the parking lot when I went to Rockler, and I'm like, oh, okay, found on the ground. I'll put that to use. You know, since you're making some Osage orange, I started working on that today.
Nice, nice.
Because my mortise got a crack in it, so right now it's drying out. I'm about halfway through the bowl right now. So as soon as
It's gonna be pretty
dries up, it's going back in the chuck so I can finish it out. But yeah, that same problem you had, Dane. Little buggy boos in there, but yeah.
Beautiful.
I've got a bunch of this Osage laying around, what I didn't give folks at SWAT, etc. So you're making some bowls. We got a craft show coming up, so hopefully the little cross drilled and the other type of ornaments, like y'all, this is a modified Walt Wager style, like what I did at the demo. Again, this one's fun to turn, guys. Just go with your center line, make it round to the point there and round down to the other side, and you can keep that point in the center, and it kind of gives you an eyeball type looking deal. So it's got to get sprayed with some lacquer, and I'll be ready for the show.
Very cool,
There you
Tim.
go.
Very cool, man.
There you
Very
go.
nice, Tim.
Good, Tim.
I appreciate it.
Nice job.
And
Glad you're
for
feeling
the
better.
folks that did the turning, that posted everything on Facebook, great job. Love the work everybody's doing.
Indeed, indeed.
Sorry I couldn't see you. The folks wanted to sleep in when we drove through. So my apologies on that. Bunch of lazy bums couldn't get out of bed.
I was looking for you. You and Billy Bird passed through the town, and I was safe.
Yep. True story.
Well, we'll try again next time. Y'all take care.
All right.
All right, let's go to Roger. Hey, Roger.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
Get back here where you can see it there.
It's beautiful.
Wow.
That's some
Urn that I
serious
made
modeling.
for a friend of mine. It's big enough for the two of them together. And piece of walnut was given to me by their daughter. So I have plastic fitting on the end. So it screws off. The top isn't finished yet.
You said
And I
you got
gotta
them
put
both
more-
in there? No, there's room for them both in there. Oh, okay. I thought you said they were both in there. I thought, whoa.
No.
Beautiful.
Nice job.
Yeah,
Nice shine.
That's nice.
Got some cracks in it that I
Yes.
filled with coffee. And he was pleased with it, so we'll
Sure.
see how it goes.
Sure, looks good.
You hollowed that all the way out from the top?
I hollowed through the bottom
Mhm.
about halfway.
Okay.
And because the pith was there, I didn't want to leave the pith. So This has got maple on that end, and then I've got another chunk of walnut on the top, but
Like that fitting.
Good.
it's
Yeah.
14 inches tall,
That's
not
big.
including the top.
Wow.
That's Roger.
What's your wall thickness?
It's about 3/8 of an inch.
Okay.
Wow.
I had a little problem hollowing it. The tool that I have that I can hollow deepest with uses a 3.5 millimeter screw in it that I lost.
Oh no.
And I had no more screws to hold the bit on my tool.
Yeah.
So I had to order the screws so I could finish the inside.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you got through it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
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 Got
You
her
did
done,
it.
and it looks good.
His daughter looked at it
Good.
tonight. She liked it. So
Good.
Nice job, Roger.
Thanks for sharing, Roger.
thank you.
All right, let's go to our newest member that self-identified tonight. I know there were a couple more in tonight, but they were being bashful. Robert Cox, you need to start your video. Robert
Okay.
Cox.
I want to show off a pin that I made since I'm the coordinator for the Alamo Pin Turner Special Interest Group. And the blank I got for this one, I'll try to get it up good and close. It's not necessarily so much that it's a spectacular looking pin, but the blank that I turned this pin from came from the renovation of the White House from 1950, the Truman renovation, when they added the semicircular porch on the south lawn, and they barrel staved it, glued it on, and then poured acrylic around it, and I turned it all the way back down to where the barrel staves gave way to a nice smooth finish. I'll try to hold it up a little bit there, but I was really pleased with it when
Wow.
it came out, and that is going to
Cool.
be a Christmas present for my daughter, who lives about 5 blocks from the White House in Washington, D.C. So she's getting a pin from Dad.
Cool.
And this came with the blank when I bought it, and it's a certificate of authenticity showing when and where the blank came from.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of a history buff, so
That's
I
cool.
thought that one would be kind of a nice keepsake for my daughter who lives in the nation's capital. And that's all I've got.
That's cool,
What-
Robert.
Yes.
Excellent. Nice,
Robert,
Robert.
where'd you get the pin blank from? Stadium pin blanks or
Got it from
Speakeasy?
Stadium Pin Blanks.
Okay.
What's his name? Michael Hart.
Michael Harden.
Yeah, Michael Harden. And I did get another set of blanks from him that is actually a 2x2 piece of wood. And it came out of the football stadium at the University of Oklahoma. And I made 4 pins out of it with the Penn State Industries football player kit to give to my nephew and his roommate that were in the marching band at OU, and to my brother and sister-in-law who were big boosters.
Okay.
Right on.
Like
Nice.
pins with stories.
Yes.
Soda buffer.
Thanks for sharing. All right, let's go to Mr. Vacation Guy. Hey, Billy.
Hey, everybody.
Hey. Ahoy there, matey.
I don't have anything to show. I've not been home long enough to get anything worked out, but I have. I had a great time. We both
I
did.
thought you said you had some
You didn't
salted
take a mini
grapefruit,
lathe on
though.
your trip
No,
with
I
you?
said that I have. No, a friend of mine gave me 3 pieces or 3 logs, spalted grapefruit logs, a few days ago, and I haven't had time to get to them yet. But
Okay.
it's ready
Sorry.
for the lathe. Hopefully, I'll have one to show next week.
Well, we wanted to see if you still look the same. Possibly you might have went down to Panama, got some hair implants, came back with dreadlocks and everything. So
Negative
checking
ghostwriter.
on the status of you, brother. That's all right.
Thanks. No, we had a great time. I've got tons of footage. I'm probably going to end up with 15 videos on my other channel from this cruise. But the Panama Canal was a neat, once in a lifetime thing, and we each got certificates saying that we went through, and that's pretty cool.
I really enjoyed following you through the canal, Billy. It was a lot of fun.
Thanks, Todd. It was the going through that last set of locks was a little tiring, and I was on my feet for a while, but it was all well worth it.
Right on.
I did a live Facebook Live when we went through the last set of locks. It was very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all what I expected.
Yeah, I bet. All right. We look forward to seeing what you do between now and next week. So welcome back anyhow to
me too. Thank you.
dry land and in the US of A. So
yeah, it's good to be home.
Yeah, I bet. All right, let's go to Howie. Hey, Howard. We got you now.
Oh, okay. All right. Reckon y'all could skip me because all these pieces are real good and I'm kind of ashamed to show what I got. Reckon y'all
Oh,
can...
no.
This is an urn, and it's this is persimmon, and it was eaten up with worms.
Gorgeous.
I guess you can tell.
That's
and so,
wonderful.
Neat.
So lots of times on the on worms, they leave powder trails. So I just take thin CA glue, put in it. Of course, they shrink when you do that. So what I did, I took walnut dust and fill them in, and then CA glue, and got it, built up where I could put a nice finish on it and everything. And the finial here is holly, and it unscrews if I can screw it there. But it's the insert here is ebony, and the threaded part here is Brazilian cherry. But this part is holly. That I dyed it, I dyed it, and so dyed it black to match the ebony here on top. Anyway, there's the bottom. If you want to see the bottom.
Howard, there ain't nothing to be ashamed of in that piece.
Heck no. That is awesome.
Gorgeous piece.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. I thought the persimmon would be real hard, but it wasn't. Sharp tools and everything. It just went right through it.
Was it regular persimmon or Texas persimmon?
It's Alabama persimmon.
Oh, okay. It'd be regular persimmon. But typically Texas persimmon don't get nearly that big.
Oh, really? Awesome.
No, they're small trees.
I understand that persimmon is the one of the exotic woods in North America. So is Osage orange, But anyway, but it's they use it for golf club heads, or used to, I guess. But anyway,
yeah. It's hard. I haven't turned any of it yet.
Yeah. Oh, can I show something else?
Well, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Only if it's as nice as that one.
I didn't know that.
Oh my!
I didn't know what the demo was, and he was talking about the Southwest Indians, and so I made this urn that in the Southeast we have the Native Americans. They had what we had a culture, and they had these symbols that's on their potteries and their gorgets and so forth, shell stuff, and the Southern Cross is the main thing of the Southern cult of the Woodland Indians. Anyway, it's an urn, and it's Bradford pear, and I just chucked this up on the lathe, and I put a tenon on both ends, and turned it and got it to the shape that I wanted. And then I parted it right in half here on this line here, yes. And then I hollowed out both pieces. Then I put a tongue and groove joint on here, and I put them back together, glued them real good, and then did the final shaping. And then I had it on a mounted up. And then I drilled the hole open and then hauled out inside here. And then the design I just pretty much made up and everything, but I wanted to put the Southern Indian cross on here. And so all this is stiffened and done with a burning pin. So
How long did it take you to do that?
Took me about 3 weeks.
So
I kept playing, well, off and on, because I kept playing around with the design, what I wanted to do. And I do
It's
it,
awesome.
then I think about it, set it aside and do something else. And
What I see is you've got like a 3D. You have like a 3D look there.
It does.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
Yes.
Well, I guess it is 3D because it's got
it
it's got length and it's got width and it's got depth. Yeah.
That's
that's
a good thing
3D.
for you to do a demo on.
Howard.
Well,
that thing looks like it's big enough to hold a whole family.
Yeah, it probably could.
Not just 2 people, even a whole family.
If they're cooperating.
There's the bottom line.
That's just amazing, Howard. I quit.
That's beautiful.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Very nice. Very nice.
I posted this a couple weeks ago on the Facebook, I think.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I quit. I saw it. I quit.
No quitting. No quitting.
No quitting.
I showed
No.
my
Look at this as
before you
something
showed
to
that
aspire to.
Yeah. But anyway.
Wow.
So anyway, that's
Always love seeing Howard's stuff.
That's you.
really.
I think that'd be a good demo
Yes.
for you to do.
Yeah.
You,
You want demo for about 3 weeks?
Yeah, sure.
Of course, I need restroom breaks and meal breaks.
Yeah, as long as we get a potty break.
Yeah, restroom break. Yeah. All right, that's all. Thanks.
thanks,
All
Howard.
right, thank you, Matt. All right, let's go to Mr. Harbor. Hey, Matt.
All right. I've got a few things that I turned several years ago to show on some of the veins of what we. So this is one of my Southwest pieces that I did. Combines a couple. This is all wood burned.
Shit.
And this is a plate that's about 11 inches in diameter. And then I wanted to show as well that I also went to a Dixie Biggs class. And can you guys see my mouse?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So this section here is very similar to what Tom did on his piece, with the dots and the swirls around it. So it's a very cool, very useful pattern. So anyway, I just wanted to show those things that that a lot of this stuff is very adaptable. So
cool.
Stop share.
Those
What
are
is-
awesome,
thank
Matt.
you. Man, I want.
All right, thanks, Matt.
I've been having a lot of fun with those ornaments that Tom or Tim Hatch showed, I don't know, 2-3 weeks ago. But I've been trying to figure out how to make one big enough that those ribbon finials work on them. So
I'm sure you'll get there.
yep, thank you.
Thanks, Matt. That was cool,
Thanks,
man.
Matt.
Matt, what the piece
Right.
you showed, what is that piece you showed? Is that a box or is it
I'm sorry, which piece?
the piece you just showed with the different carvings on it?
This piece here.
Screen share.
This is
What is it?
This is from a Dixie Biggs class I took at Aramont, I don't know, 8 years ago or something like that. So this represents the whole week's class at Aramont. You first day in, you cut this disc and then you cut it into a couple sections, and then you begin using different techniques in each section.
Oh, it's a disc. Okay. I was thinking
Yeah,
it was the top of a box or something. It looked like it had depth. And
Yeah,
you.
it's just
Yeah.
like a round dome, slightly domed
Yeah.
disc.
Very
Yep.
nice. Okay. I see.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Very cool.
But it's a technique demonstration thing. So
Yeah.
Way too cool.
it
Like a
was.
storyboard of progress for the
Yeah,
week.
it was great. And if you ever want to, like, what did I do about this? How did this work? And you could go
Yeah.
back to it and say, oh yeah, that's how that worked.
Yeah, it's a good
So
idea.
one of those patterns was just created with a Dremel and an old stone that you just basically burned holes with in a pattern.
Hmm.
So there's a lot you can do. One of those out of the box, eye opening, here's things you can do and turn into something else kind of deals.
Right. Neato. All right. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Joaquin. Hey, Joaquin.
Hey, well, my computer's out. I'm gonna have to do this on my phone. I don't know how that's gonna work, but I'll try to make it look good. I been really busy trying to come up with something. Tomorrow I'm headed to Waco. When I was up in SWAT, Brazos Valley Woodturners asked me to teach a class Friday and demo Saturday. I've really been busy. And so I've decided to teach the 5 point mouth vase, a pendulum mouth vase, multiple point mouth vases. And it started back when I was doing cubes. Let's say, I guess, turn the camera around. How come it's not working?
Let me hit demos.
There you go. It worked for a minute.
You had it. There it is.
There you go.
Okay, so I started doing cubes, and so I was like, I want a bigger vase with 3 points on it, and so how am I going to do that? I can't get a large enough cube and waste all that wood to do that. Well, we've got to come up with cutting the points on the table saw, and so the top saw, and so I'd come up with this little weed vase. It's got the 6 points, and we need to get some multiple points on. How about a 5, a pendulum? And so this is the 5 point.
Oh my goodness.
And so I've been getting ready to do that. And here's some of my prep work. First, you turn your piece. You got to lay out the pendulum, pentagon, and then you can start turning it. This is one to start with doing the hollowing. Piece of mesquite. And so I was making a vase for a friend, and I was doing 7 points on it. Where'd that go? There's my 7 points.
Wow.
But they were cracked. Wow. So I cut it off. And so I glued a piece of mesquite on it. And this ash with just a plain mesquite mouth on it.
That's pretty.
That is pretty.
I think it's going to be okay. I will, what do you do? I don't have another piece of wood to mess with to start another vase that's dry. Everything I've got is green. And it's a 7-hour. No, I'm going to fill in with the put it this way, with a bud vase. It's a mesquite vase, and I'm furnishing little plastic valves to go in them. If we run out of time, it's a 7-hour class. I've never done anything that long. Saturday I'll demo the journey jig and all them offset jigs we got. It's got five hours there. They want you to just keep on demoing. And they have lunch, so good experience. I'm looking forward to it. but that's where I'm at today.
You'll have more than enough material to cover, Joaquin. Don't worry about that.
I hope.
Sounds to me like you're prepping to do
You'll
a
be
demo
fine.
for us.
To do a what?
Sounds to me like you're prepping to do one of those demos for us.
You know, as soon as I get cable, I'm supposed to get cable in a month, the end of the month or so. We'll work on that. Mhm.
That sounds
Yeah,
great.
well,
All right.
yeah, when you're ready, we'll just I'll do a Zoom call just with the two of us, and we'll go back through everything and see how things are again, Joaquin, when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm starting out with a journey. Then I'm doing Duxbury's offset jig, Paul Martin, Howard's Duxbury offset jig. Then I'm doing my offset jig, and lattice work. It's really going to be pressing.
Sounds like you're gonna be busy.
I think I'm prepped and ready to
You know,
go.
with all those demos, you could do one every week for like a month for us.
You thought I was
That was
you
good,
thought I was bad
calendar.
about volunteering you for stuff.
Joaquin, you know I would take care of you and schedule you appropriately.
Okay, we'll work on that.
All right, guys, stop giving him a hard time.
Great. Good being back.
Yes, it is. Good seeing you. Well, this guy is good to be. It's good to see back. Doug
Oh
Rowe.
no.
I went a little too
Oh,
thin. Anyways,
just a little bit. That's
other
perfect.
than that, it turned out
You
kind
know
of
what?
cool.
Somebody showed a bowl bottom like that last week.
Doug, the bottom of that looks like the hair on the top of my head.
Yeah. Anyway,
Wow.
I'm on fall break this week, and so I'm just out here having fun.
Is that the piece you had on the way there earlier today on your on your Facebook?
No, hold on, I'll show you that one. It's still not done. I'm in the process of sanding it. How the heck do I turn the camera around again? Oh, right there. Wait, come back. That's right there. So this is that Texas ebony I got a couple of months ago. I had that big long tree trunk of it. And so yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
I would have been done with it already, but I decided to do a CA finish on it. And I don't know if you all know this or not, but if you put CA on too thick, it really messes it up.
I do know that.
And so anyway, about the
You
time
should
I
have
was,
used Parfex 3408.
yeah, about the time I was done with the CA finish, I went ahead and started sanding again.
You tell him, Brenda.
Stand on its own without it.
Yeah.
But hey, if any of you are still interested in sending me more freedom pens for my infantry guys, I'm gonna try and get those mailed out probably middle November. So we still got time, and I can throw my address back in the chat again. But other than that, good to be back with you guys again. I'm on fall break this week, so I had a lot of time out in the shop.
Well, I'm glad you're back, making some shavings on your own leisure time now, Doug.
Yeah, having fun.
Look forward to seeing some of your lives online during the day.
Yeah.
Where's your D. Snyder get up at? That's what you should have popped in with tonight.
I know.
No.
That's in the house.
No.
All right,
we
buddy.
had a lot of fun. The first week was the crazy hair day, so that's where I just made my little mohawk with what little hair I had. And then Tuesday was tie-dye. I just had some tie-dye shirt on, no big deal. Let's see, Wednesday was Western Day, so I just put on a pearl snap or whatever. And then Thursday was the formal day, so that's when you guys saw me in the suit. And then Friday was 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s day. And of course, out of those, the best one is the 80s, hands down.
80s, hands down.
Yeah, D. Snyder it was.
Yeah. Very good. All right,
Yep.
Doug. Good seeing you in tonight.
Good seeing you guys too.
All right.
Here's something else.
Eddie, that's the end of our gallery for the evening, and we're almost like finishing right up on time here. So let's sling it back to you for closing ceremonies.
Well, Doug just now said you can send him the Freedom Pens, and his address will be in the chat. His address and other contact addresses for the Freedom Pen Project, which never ends for us. We always collect Freedom Pens for our troops and troops in your country also, because they protect your freedom. And if you want to be part of this, it's very simple. Turn a pen, send it to our Freedom Pens. Pick the branch you want to cover, or if you're not sure, just send it on into us. We'll take care of it for you. But those addresses are on the world's greatest returning website. They've always been there. This is a project we believe in. We've supported since day one, and we've had thousands go to our troops. So please support us on Freedom Pens. Doug, let me tell you how I met Doug. I met Doug right through that, right there, Freedom Pens. He was serving when I first met Doug. We were doing Ustream. This was a long time ago, to land far, far away. And we all got to be friends. Me and Ron Rad lives there, and a handful of folks. In fact, I heard from the young man, the guy that was a volunteer fireman. I can't remember his name right now. Levi. Heard from Levi this week. Birthday greetings from Levi. A lot of who? Okay, the boss takes care of my memory for me. But we've learned that we've got a lot of friends made through this organization, and getting together, sitting on the tailgate, talking about wood turning. That's what we do. We know tonight we heard that one of our older members is not well, and he's in the hospital. And it's Mark Salade. He's heading home tomorrow. He's getting better. He's gone home, kicked butt, getting out there. He could use your thoughts and your prayers. Keep it up, Mark. Don't give him too hard of a time, Mark. They'll throw you out tomorrow. And we got some members that have been absent for a while and have come back. And if you're a new member, welcome. And if you've got some friends that turn wood, you got a club that turns wood, tell them to join us and come on in. And if you want to help us advertise this club, we have stickers available. That information is on the front page of the World's Greatest News website. Stickers at 10, stickers shipped to you for $5. Boom, easy. That information is on the front page of the website. We have to ship the stickers to you. If they have to leave America, I need $1 more. A postage thing. But we like to do this when we get them out there. One very disappointing part of the evening was, Dane, did you see a sticker on Doug Roselaith?
I did not.
I didn't see one there. I'm going to ask to query the crowd here. Billy, did you see one there? No,
I did not see a sticker on that lathe.
No, I don't either.
I'll call you in the morning, Eddie. We'll get that problem fixed.
Oh, okay. All right. We're working on it.
I think I still have the number.
Yeah.
He's probably planning on junking that lathe and getting a new one.
When I call you, I may have to sing my request to you, though. I'm just throwing that out.
No.
Did you all sing happy birthday to Eddie last week?
No, we did not.
Oh, let's go ahead and kick that off then. Everybody get yourselves off mute.
No.
Happy birthday.
Don't drag it out.
Happy birthday
to
you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Oh, nothing like the sound of 1,000 cats getting strangled.
Oh my God.
Right. That's right, Billy. Nothing like it. But he called me. I was sitting so docile, enjoying just sitting and being quiet someplace. And he says, "You like opera?" Think about what happened to my hearing right after that. He sang it to me in opera. And he doesn't do opera. So But yes, we'll take every. We want to get a sticker on every lathe in the world, folks. It's a goal because we're the world's wood turning club. And you see, we have a good time. There's no hierarchy here. Nobody's safe, not even me. But we have a good time. We want to share ideas and tricks and tips. We have another great, demonstration coming up for you next week. And we're always looking for input from our members. So if you have something that you want to share with our membership, remember, here's the deal. It's free. We don't pay you. You don't pay me. It's just free. We share information each week. There's no limitations. There's no, if you don't belong, we can't give it to you. Doesn't work that way here. You're a wood turner. You want to know something. You want to share something. You have a question about something. You come here. We're sitting on the tailgate. We're telling stories. It doesn't matter if a nickel changes hands. It really doesn't. It's what happens between us as friends. And that's where we wanted to keep it going. We had a great turnout this evening. We're looking for a greater turnout next week. We're looking to be part of us. Join us on Facebook. And that's where we want you to post photographs of your work so we can all see what you turn, what you do. And remember the no but guarantee? We want to see it. We don't judge it. We don't qualify it. We don't. Who am I to say if your work is any good or not? I want to see what your art is. I want to see how talented you are. I want to see what you can do. I saw it tonight as well, did that turning, and he took a lot of pain to stop and show you maneuvers and sharpening and tools and hollowing and things. He took a lot of pain to go through all those little things so you knew the intricacies, the details of what he went through tonight. So you can enjoy what we all enjoy. And he turned a piece, he got it ready, he started shaping it. He even had a mistake and he knows how to fix it and told you, hey, you don't get that a lot in demonstrations. And you got it all right here, worldwidewoodturners.org. It was all free. Don't go away. This meeting continues like it does every other week, and it has in the past. And all this information is on the world's greatest website, worldwidewoodturners.org. Thank you, David. Our webmaster, he puts all this stuff there, keeps it in tune, keeps it up to date, and that's where you can post information, articles, details, sketches. Well, you saw it tonight. At least 10 different people came tonight with finials that they turned following Mart Harbor's demonstration last week out of Highland, Michigan. Matt showed us how to turn a finial, cut it all out, and look, you guys made it happen. 3 of y'all said, I couldn't find those cutters, so I went to such and such, because if you go buy those cutters, you got to get this and got to get that, but I'm a wood turner. Wood turners, y'all like a bunch of old ammo troops. You got to do it. You're going to make it happen. That's what I love about you guys. Nothing holds you back. Really. I don't have this cutter. I can't do that. That's right. Yeah, you get in there and do it. That's like saying you can't make that happen. Yeah, go ahead, tell a wood turner you can't make that happen. Y'all did it. You did it. And all those details are where? worldwidewoodturners.org. How do you get there? It's free. What can you do with it? Share it. And that's what I want you to do. I'm Captain Eddie Castellan. I thank you for being here for meeting number 211. We're back with a whole lot more every week. I thank you for making my week. You make my week. You really do. Well, except for the singing part. I was doing really good. Next time we got to get Doug to change that tune.
Hey, Eddie.
Whoa.
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah,
I think Donald.
What?
Donald, you're back. What's your cue?
Oh, Donald. Donald, what do you want me to do?
Save the chat.
Save the chat. Oh, that's critical. Because if you save the chat, it's going to be on your computer at your house right now and forever. and it's going to be right there, and you need it because there's stuff on the chat that everybody should have. But if you don't save it, David Rose has got it. And in a couple of days, he'll put it on our website. See? But that's.
Captain, let me say just a couple of things.
Go ahead, man.
First, I want to thank Ruby for some of the stuff she shared on chat. I learned a lot.
Oh, Ruby's great.
Yes. And I also want to wish Ruby a happy birthday.
Yeah, hers is Saturday. She's a little bit younger than I am.
So we won't sing to her because we want her to be alive for Saturday.
Happy birthday, Ruby.
I think she's done left.
She's not on. She's not on.
Yeah, her battery
that's
went
good.
dead.
She missed it. Anyways, we're going to get safety next week, you guys. So be careful. Anyways, stay safe this week, and I will see you next week. Take care.
Okay, Sue. Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
Sue's our safety director as a volunteer, and she covers that each week because Worldwide Woodturners wants you to come out of your shop as safe as you go in your shop and be safe all the time. Ain't none of us beyond being safe. So let's keep doing that. I'll see y'all next week. Y'all be good and be safe. Take care. Good night.
Good night, Eddie.
Night, Eddie.
Night, Eddie.
Night, Eddie.
Good
night,
night to my worldwide wood turner.
Somebody mute him.
Night, Eddie.
Somebody mute him.
Hope your cake was better than the corner.
That was terrible. Oh.
Good night,
Seemed like I put on CA finishes tonight. Terrible.
Real thick. CA is not supposed to be that thick.
Next
Only
time I'll
time.
take the sawdust off my glasses so I can see what I'm doing.
It's almost like some lacquer jobs I see.
It
Anyways,
was
you guys-
terrible. I should have left it on there and showed y'all.
Yeah. Well, you're brave, Doug. Very brave. I didn't recognize you in the suit, though, Doug.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sometimes I do clean myself up.
Well, you look like a businessman that
I was just glad he had clothes on.
at least
Some
it
of
wasn't
the
just
the comments
I'm
I
glad he
did have
wasn't
to,
wearing a dress.
I don't think he's allowed to cross dress anymore.
no, and some of the comments on my Facebook I did have to delete after I laughed my butt off because they were hilarious. But I have a lot
I
of
know,
my
right?
student parents and fellow teachers are friends with me on Facebook, and I was like, "Oh, that's hilarious," but not to people that don't understand the context.
I know, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw a couple of them. Like, yeah, I hope he's getting rid of these soon.
yeah, yeah.
I can imagine some parents and teachers wouldn't understand the context on that.
So
And even
my
if they did
fellow Gen
understand it,
Xers,
probably still wouldn't accept it.
yeah, my fellow Gen Xers, you'll appreciate this. So the kids actually got to vote on what Fridays dress whatever we would do for dressing up on Friday. The other days the administrators determined what those were. So the kids were all voting, and some of my kids wanted to do opposite gender day, and it didn't make it. And so we had the computers in my classroom that day because we were typing up essays. And I said, you know what? While we all have the computers out, and since it looks like 1980s is probably going to win this thing, I want everybody to Google Poison Rock Band. So
yeah, right.
All of
There
a
you
sudden,
go.
all kinds of images of Poison come up, and they're like, okay. And I said, every one of those is a guy. And they're like, no way, Mr. Rohn. I said, every single one of them. So there's your opposite gender day. Just go 1980s. We'll be good to go.
Yeah, amen. They made some women out of themselves, that's for sure.
Yeah. Or even Motley Crue's Theater of Pain tour. Go look at some of those.
Yeah. Motorhead, Tesla.
Yeah.
Well, Motorhead didn't, but let's see, Mr. Big.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna jump off, but it was definitely good catching up with y'all, and I'll do my best to be back here next Wednesday.
All right, so when's fall break over? I don't have a kid in school anymore.
It's only 1 week, so it's this week that I'm in right now.
Oh, okay.
And then I'll get a few days off at Thanksgiving, and then of course the 2-week break at Christmas over New Year's.
Yeah. For sure.
Yep.
It was nice seeing you again, Doug.
Seeing you.
Yeah, good seeing y'all too.
Take care.
You guys too.
Anybody else got anything going on?
Nope.
Any problems Dane can fix for you?
Right for you.
Dan went to use the phone and disappeared. I haven't seen him in a while.
Who was?
Kelly?
Well, Dan posted he was going to be right back. He went to go use the phone, but then he never came back.
Oh, did he? Or is he on his deck? No, he's there. Or is he not showing himself?
Can't see him.
Doesn't look like he's on the screen, Dane.
Yeah. How long has he been gone?
Man, it was a long time ago. He said he was going to go use the phone. He might be laid out again.
All right. Which one of you guys have the ability to?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
Okay. All right.
Just a little,
Daniel.
just a little busy.
Okay.
I'll be back
All
with
right.
you in a little bit.
Dane, you see the message for you in the chat?
Let's see. Looking at your advice and got to Nova 2. Hoping you get to try this. Oh, outstanding, Leonard. I'm sure it was a sweet. I'm sure the lady sweetened the deal for you too with everything that she had there. Leonard's still on?
I'm looking.
Yeah, he's there.
He says, "Yep."
All right. Oh, Lord. Oh, everybody went black.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
Hey, Cade.
Hey. I was just in the background most of the meeting getting stuff ready for tomorrow. I got a 101 class I'm teaching, wood turning 101 class, so tomorrow is the first day. It's a 3-day course. Wood turning 101. So I got 8 students. So that'll be fun.
Be busy.
Crossing all my T's, dotting all my I's, making sure I have everything. And then I'll get there and I'll be like, oh shit, I forgot that.
Yeah, that'll never fail, you know, never fails.
Oh my God, I gotta tell you what I did this weekend.
Oh my God, we gotta hear it. We gotta hear it.
Yes.
Hurry.
What happened?
I had, it's not good. I had a craft show last weekend, right? And they give me a second booth if I bring my lathe and set up, right, for demonstration.
Cool.
And all I gotta do is just sit it there. I don't have to use it or nothing. So anyway, I was setting up and put the lathe out there on my little stand and was helping my daughter put the tents up, and I knocked my lathe off the stand. And broke the speed control knob off.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I
That's no
haven't
good.
had the nerve to actually, yeah, haven't actually checked it out yet to see how much damage I've done to it yet. I'm afraid to look.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What did you do, Brenda?
I knocked the lathe off the stand and knocked
Oh,
the knob
no.
or broke the speed control knob off of it. Yeah.
Did it land on concrete or?
No, it was on the ground, it was outside.
On the grass?
Oh,
But
Yeah.
the bedways are
how
cast iron, they're fine, right?
how far did it fall or knock over?
It fell off the stand.
Well,
The
how high
stand
is
that
the
comes with it,
stand?
you know, the legs.
Oh, okay, so about
About
30 inches, 34 inches.
3 feet, 4
Yeah.
feet.
Yeah,
And
something like
did
that.
it fall on grass ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you probably only
Like I
need
said,
to-
though,
probably only need to put the knob back on it and everything's good to go.
no, it's nope.
Busted.
The knob, yeah, the knob. It's like got a plastic shaft that it conduct hooks into it or something. Well, that piece broke off.
Yeah, you just need a new potentiometer. That's what that knob is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't had the nerve to check it out yet to see how bad it is. Really,
What kind of lathe is it, Brenda?
it's a Delta, the Delta Mini.
And you should be able to get a new potentiometer for that.
Well, it's Delta. They don't make spare parts anymore.
Yeah, but it's the same
There should
as
be clones out there.
it's just all you gotta do is get the numbers off the potentiometer. It's just a speed control.
Yeah, exactly. You can probably get, well, I would say Radio Shack, but they don't exist anymore either.
There's always a way.
Should be
Yeah,
able to get
there's
it off of
definitely-
Amazon if you get the numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, I haven't had the nerve to even look at it to see how bad it is and if it broke anything else or, you know.
And it may just be a new brass shaft that, you know, you can just use a brass shaft to, you know, pull the plastic out of it and then shove a new, you know, 1/16 or 1/8 inch brass rod into it, turn your own knob and, you know, make it a friction fit, push it on and giddy up. I don't think it's as bad as it may be because the potentiometers, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be free fitting on the backside. It's not going to be attached to anything on the inside of the headstock except for itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can bend the outer tube with those and then they still work, Brenda.
Right.
Okay.
If you need some help when you get brave enough to look at it, shoot me a message and we'll FaceTime or
Call
something.
Scott. Yeah, call Scott.
All right.
I know enough about that stuff to be a little dangerous.
That Scott knows everything.
Scott's far more dangerous on it than I am. So that would be my advice.
Just name off some random problem and the redneck looking dude sitting there, oh, get a potentiometer. What the fuck is that?
All it is a knob that adjusts the frequency of the electrical current that's going through it.
I'm gonna stick with my Crayolas.
Yeah.
It's the same thing as you use it's a light dimmer essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as you didn't break the bedways, then you're good, essentially.
Yeah, the rest of it can be adjusted, Brenda.
Yeah.
There's adjustments that you can make to make it true again.
Yep.
All right. Well, maybe I'll take a good look at it tomorrow then.
Yeah.
It's been, it happened Saturday and I ain't been brave enough to look at it yet.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to.
Yeah. So you're feeling better about it already. See?
But I have decided I ain't taking it out of the garage no more. I'll either have to pay for the second booth or just deal with one booth. Because I ain't taking the lathe again. No. I usually take it just so I have two booths because I don't
Yeah.
like to be crowded into next to another booth.
Right.
So, and then I have to have somebody with me, you know, so my daughter goes and then my grandson goes. Well, then that's 3 chairs you got to have sitting in one booth. So I like to have the second booth to, you know, have that room, but.
Well, you can still have the second booth, just you won't have nothing there. Unless you add more stuff to sell.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. I mean, they give me that second booth for free.
Oh, wow.
If I bring the lathe.
Oh, because you got the lathe. Okay.
Even if
Yeah.
the lathe doesn't work, bring it and set it up, and people look at the lathe and they're like, "Wow, what is this?" You know, and then you just take them and sell them stuff instead.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say. Make one out of cardboard.
Do a pretend treadle lathe like Tim was doing at SWAT.
Do what now?
Let's tell him only a few of us know.
Yeah, the power went out at SWAT, and Tim and his assistant were turning the lathe by hand.
Oh, okay. Okay.
For Facebook likes, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Actually, I didn't want to really do a demo, so I was going to tell him I forgot the extension cord anyway. But yeah, then
There
I
you
knocked
go,
the lathe off and broke it anyway.
Yeah, just because you never have time to go use it doesn't mean you didn't bring it.
Yeah. Well, the first time I took it, you know, he told me, he says, I don't care if you do a demonstration or not, you know, just, you know, it's sitting there. So that's good. Like, all right, great. It's too hot out here anyway.
Right.
But I didn't even get a chance
Y'all ain't got no running water.
Didn't even get a chance to lie
Tell them, like, I get dirty. I'm going to need some running water here.
Oh, well.
Wash my arms off. Right?
Well, I'll take a look at it tomorrow and see what.
It's not like you can wear long sleeves to keep the chips from the dirt getting on you. The wood bar.
Oh,
right?
It was so cold last weekend. I had a jacket on, long sleeves, a jacket, a scarf, my hat.
Safety concerns.
My hat, hood.
It's too cold to turn.
Yeah. And then it was so cold, I
lathe
put
only operates in
tablecloth.
70-degree weather.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell them you don't have Tell them you don't have a headstock heater. Tell them you ain't got a headstock heater. Like an oil block heater on a car, cold weather, headstock heater for a lathe. Yeah, I can't turn it on in this cold ass weather.
I charge parents that are walking by $100 for their kid to turn a pen. It works.
Yeah.
Wow.
No.
Count as a learning experience, right?
Yeah.
They get to turn a pen and keep it. And I figure that's worth $100.
At least 50.
Quite the experience.
At least 50.
I think the second year I took my lathe, there was a kid that did that and he loved it.
Yeah.
And I gave him the pen and didn't cost him nothing.
I mean, Kelly's going to get his daughter to do the training, so
yeah,
free labor.
Oh, Kelly's got a sticker behind him there now too. Look at that.
There ain't nothing free about Brooklyn's labor, man. She is a racketeer.
Good girl.
I bet she's a hustler when she's at a craft show.
She damn sure is.
Yeah. I know my daughter, when she was young, she used to grab my pens and she'd go out in the damn crowd and say, "Hey, you want to buy a pen for a custom made pen by my daddy? He makes right over there in that booth there. He's selling them for $50. He's authorized me to give a $5 discount for $55 now." And they'll be like, "Well, but you just said $5 discount. Oh, no, I said that wrong. It's $55. So I can sell it to you for 50 if you buy it from me. And the chick would always work with people, you know.
That's a good hustle.
Yeah, Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah,
Brooklyn had a lady. We were over at this beer. We were over at this beer brewer around the corner. Brooklyn had a handful of her pens that she'd made. Some lady walked up. She started talking to her, and she's like, "I've got to buy one of your pens now. And how much is it?" And Brooklyn says, "You know, it's $80." And I'm like, "Come on, Brooklyn, don't sell that one for $80. Sell that one for like $60. The lady's gonna pay it anyway, right?" And Brooklyn's like, "Come on, it's my pen. I can sell it for what I want to sell it for."
Yeah, another hustle me and my daughter would do was she would take a batch of pens, and then I would have my batch of pens, and then whenever people would come up, you know, she would sequester them right away and say,
Right.
"Hey, I've got a contest going on between me and my dad. These are the pens that I made. These are the pens that my dad made, and I'm trying to sell more pens than my dad. You know, can you help me out?" You know, and they'd always buy her, her pen bucket.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of ways to take.
I was in here one day.
Pocket.
I was in here in the garage one day working. Brooklyn came in here with like 4 or 5 little friends following behind her or whatever. And she says, "Hey, Dad, can I go out? Can we go out and what did she say? Can we go out and make a sale?" That's what she said. Can I go out and make a sale? And I mean, in my brain, I'm thinking she's talking about going in the backyard with these little kids and just building some kind of boat or some bullshit, right? So yeah, I'm like, okay, yeah, go make a sale. And she comes back about an hour later. It's just her, and she's got like $46. I'm like, "Where'd you get the $46? And she said, "You said I could go make a sale." And I'm like, "What did you sell?" And she said, "Well, I sold some rocks. I sold a stick." Like, "Who the fuck did you sell this stuff to?" "Well, the neighbors." And she points out the different neighbors that, "You sold a stick?" And she goes, "Yeah, Mr. Hosey he gave me $5 for the stick." "What kind of stick?" And she goes, "Just a stick." "A stick, like a stick on the ground?" "Yeah, a stick." Like, man, you need to go apologize to everybody and go give all these people their money back, you know? And she's like, "No, they gave me this money. I made a sale. You told me I could do it." I'm like, "What the fuck?" I got to be a little more careful.
Man.
She was about, I think, 8 at the time. She's 12 now.
That's a good hustle.
Yeah, that is.
A stick. What kind of stick? You know, like a stick. Like a tree. Yeah, a stick. Jesus Christ.
Great.
Hey, Brenda,
Yeah.
send me the numbers of your lathe tomorrow. I think I found a potentiometer for it already.
Oh my goodness.
They're plug and play.
Brenda.
Look at you guys are just awesome.
There's only 2 wires on the pot, or is it 3?
It's
only 2.
It's a 2-wire pot.
Yeah.
And it's a plug into the circuit board, so it's not hardwired, so they can be changed.
Outstanding.
All right.
And you can actually get the whole circuit board
Afraid to even
for
look at
them.
it.
You just got to tell me what model number you got so I can get the right potentiometer.
All right, y'all, I'm going to go in and do my insulin shot for the cat. I'm listening, but I won't be talking.
Stop saying potentiometer, man. You're making me feel dumber and dumber every time you say it.
Speed controller.
Geometer. Yeah.
Potentiometer, Kelly, is nothing but a speed controller. It's just like what runs your fans on your ceiling fans. The knob that turns that's a potentiometer. It just controls the voltage going to the whatever it's running.
So when you pull the fan chain and it don't pull, that piece you got to replace.
Yep.
Is the what'd you call it?
Potentiometer.
Potentiometer.
Yeah.
Potentiometer.
You're saying
I
that
broke
on
that at my
purpose.
brother's
Geometer.
house.
So in a fan, it's usually a three-way switch. Potentiometer switch is what it'll be called.
A potentiometer. I gotta remember that so I sound smart to my brother.
But you can bypass that switch, Brenda.
Yeah, just have on and off. It'd be like that fast, or
No, you put a fan speed controller on the wall.
Well, I broke the one in my living room too, and I replaced it.
Yeah, you can.
Well,
They're
then I
common. You can
broke
buy
it and I
them.
broke his. Yeah.
Those are
And now the
common.
one
You
in my
can get
bed
them anywhere.
too.
Yeah, you can buy those at a hardware store. That's no big
Yeah,
deal.
most of the time you can buy the ones for a fan at a hardware store because they're generic. One for your
Okay.
lathe is a little different though because it runs on the circuit board. It's a 12-volt system instead of 120.
Okay. Potentiometer.
Yep.
Potentiometer.
Potentiometer.
Word of the day.
word of the day.
Kelly will learn something. We'll show him what it looks like after you change it.
Well, he's
Okay.
got the 40 or 220 volt one, so let me get in that realm of VFDs and all that shit.
Yeah, your VFDs have one too, but they're 12 volt. They run on the 12 volt side of the VFD.
What's up,
Hey,
Clint?
was you guys all sad when you closed up your camper?
No.
Yeah.
I seen you close the camper this week. I had to close my swimming pool up this week. I was pretty sad about that.
I closed up my cabin this week and I'm not sad about that. Nice to be home.
Oh.
Right, Scott?
Does that mean you're not gonna be taking t-shirts up there?
No, the t-shirts will still be going.
Okay. Because I ain't found
Are
one
you
yet.
getting? You're not
What
looking
kind of
in the right
t-shirt are you
spot.
looking for, Brenda?
Well, stupid me. I was looking for, actually the one I'm wearing is one I bought to get it done on. But it's
You want a shirt like
poly.
You want a shirt like this?
Like what?
One Dane's throwing off. Here, hang on.
Yeah, I don't know.
No?
Did you cut the
I mean,
sleeves
hey,
out of that?
No, it came
No,
that way.
no, it was made like a manufactured. Then you could wear your long
Really?
johns on. Then you could wear long johns or a long sleeve shirt, you know.
There, I highlighted them.
I'd like to find a tank
Perfect.
top.
It is a tank top.
It is basically a tank top.
It is a
It's a
tank
muscle
top.
shirt.
Very,
Just
very
shirtless.
eloquent.
Or
The
Well, the
workout
neck,
shirt
the
is
neck
what
is
it
too
is.
small.
Dude, a Hulk Hogan.
there you go, Hogan.
Hell of a lot better than Ric Flair. Although I can do that pretty well too.
What's the cotton count in that shirt you got, Brenda?
This is 60
I
40.
don't know, but it's I think it was 60% or 80% polyester.
That's perfect.
That's
Yeah,
good.
that would be perfect.
Yep.
80% polyester is perfect.
Well, I thought you said it
Even
had to be
60.
cotton.
No, it's got to be
Or
more
no, maybe I'm,
polyester than cotton.
Yeah.
well, maybe I bought cotton instead of polyester. That's what it was.
I think if you're referring to what you posted online, it was 60% cotton, and we were telling you it needs to be reversed. It's got to be less. It's got to be less.
Right.
Yep.
So it needs
Yeah.
to be at least 60%
Yeah,
polyester.
yeah. It needs to be polyester. That's what I wrote in my phone now.
Right.
So we get the right.
Not
At least 50%.
Not rayon. Not rayon.
Not rayon. Well, rayon is actually kind of polyester, but the more polyester it has, the better it is.
Okay. I don't go shopping very much, so the only store we got here in town is Walmart, and I don't go to
These
Walmart.
shirts, these shirts are like velour.
Those
And
came
they're
from
from
Walmart,
Walmart.
Brenda.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know, but I don't shop at Walmart.
I don't shop there either. I bought it online. Had it shipped to my house.
Well, yeah,
And so
but
you could actually, so if you do Costco or Walmart, you can actually you could buy it and have it delivered
Shipped to me.
to Scott.
And that'll save you shipping on one side because most of the time Walmart's got free shipping deals.
Mm-hmm.
I don't shop at Walmart. I don't.
Where do you shop at? Where do you shop at?
Walmart does not get my money. I do not give Walmart my money.
Okay, yeah, I hear you. They get very
Okay.
little of my money. You know, they got my money for shirt.
They don't get a lot of my money either, just certain things.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. I haven't shopped at Walmart for over years.
Costco has really nice 60 and 80% poly t-shirts, and they're on sale right now for $9 at Costco.
Yeah,
They got long sleeve.
Costco's
They
good.
got long sleeve. They got long sleeve shirts and short sleeve tees, and they only got like 2 styles for men, but they got like, I don't know, 10 different styles for women. You know, typical. Always
If-
styles for women, but only a couple for men.
If you're gonna
Yeah.
order it, Brenda, just have it shipped to me directly. And that'll save you
Giant
shipping in
Tiger
one
too.
direction.
All right.
Giant Tiger is pretty cheap too for shirts.
Who is?
Giant Tiger.
Giant Tiger.
Yeah, it's an online place.
Yeah. So you can order them and have them shipped too. They're really cheap, reasonable.
Then we can work out the return shipping the other coming back to you. I can work something out with you.
Okay.
Giant Tiger's a Canadian company, Kate.
Oh, okay. I wasn't
But
sure if it was.
They do ship to the US because I've ordered stuff from them.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
Hey,
do.
Heather is still online. I was getting ready at 86 here, Heather.
Oh.
Oh, I've
Thought
been
maybe
just
you
been
fell
so busy
asleep.
at work. I'm listening, but I'm
okay.
working.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Good.
when we
Better pray.
when we get deeper into conversations, and sometimes I have to eliminate folks because it's
Yeah.
kind of like
I
private
get it.
conversation. So there's no offense should be taken
No offense
whenever that
taken.
happens.
No, don't
Okay,
worry.
right on, Heather.
I'm hard to, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
At least you get to listen at work, Heather.
I do. I have an earbud in and I just keep working.
Oh, nice.
I just can't always talk.
Well, hopefully you get to a schedule where you can partake in it, and then this after-hours session is where everybody gets to know each other a little bit better, and
That's
we all
right.
become closer and everything like that. So that's why I keep it running, and try to foster that
Yeah,
brother and sister kinship.
that's right. Well, I had a show this weekend too, but it sucked.
Oh, did it?
Yeah,
Was it the
I
weather
made
effect
enough.
or the buyers? Nobody was
Both.
putting up their wallet.
Both really.
Yeah. Oh,
On
I'm sorry.
Sunday,
That happened.
it poured rain on Sunday, and thing is, we had more people in shopping on Sunday than we did Saturday. But I covered. I basically doubled my table cost. That was it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
hopefully
My show is
the
just
ones
about as
coming.
bad.
Yeah, hopefully the ones coming in November will be better. I have one every weekend in November, so.
It's still early in the season, so don't feel too bad.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No. At least I paid for my table plus a little bit. So
Well, that always helps.
if I wasn't there trying to sell, I'd be at home making more stuff. So.
My November sales are always a lot higher than October sales.
Yeah. And this way my son had to make Thanksgiving dinner on Sunday, so it was the Canadian Thanksgiving this weekend.
Yes, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Cade had Thanksgiving this week, and I'm like, oh yeah, I keep forgetting that.
That's right.
Canada
Yeah.
celebrates in October.
We had a couple dinners. So it was nice. But we had to close up the trailer this weekend too. So, but
Did you go hunting for your turkeys there, Cade?
yeah, I have been out a couple times. I was out today actually. So I was listening to you guys on the drive home. So, but it pissed rain for most of the evening. So
Yeah, it
I had
sure
to walk
did.
out 2 kilometers in pouring rain. But that's all right.
Oh, it never let up.
No, it did. It did. I checked the weather. It said it was going to be done at 6. And then it stopped for maybe 20 minutes. And then it was okay. I was packing up, getting stuff together to walk out. And then it just started coming down. Of course,
Right.
it never fails
It
as
never
soon as I
fails.
leave. So I was a little wet when I got back to the vehicle, but it was okay.
Like a drowned rat, huh?
And yeah, I was walking up along the property line. All of a sudden, I heard like a stampede of just trampling footsteps, and I just stop and look. I'm like, there was probably like 40 cows running towards the fence at me. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. You're probably wondering what I'm doing out there. But
Right.
so then they just snorted, snuffed, and the bull stomped around and snuffed, and then they all took off when I
Right.
started walking again. So I was like, what
Are
the hell is that?
Kate, are those your cows?
No, they were the neighbors. The neighbors' cows. But
Okay.
they were coming to see who was in their area, I'm sure, or what's going on. But eventually they all stopped dead still. So didn't hear any coyotes though. I was hoping to hear a couple coyotes on the walk out.
If it's any consolation, I saw some dead ones. I was on a
Good.
trip to West Texas this week, so I saw some dead ones.
Yeah, if I saw them, they would be, but no, I didn't see any because they're just past their open season up here year round. So, they'll just call me up. Hey, there's something in my yard. Take care of it before it gets my chickens or goats or something. I'm like, all right, I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Somehow, I just
Giant Tiger
recently
says they
discovered
tank tops.
porcupines are native here in Texas.
Yeah,
What, Clint?
porcupines up here too. They're open right now.
Yeah, I was saying
Porcupines in Texas.
porcupines. Yeah.
Have you ever seen one in Texas?
Yeah, dead on the side of the road.
Really?
I've never
We
seen a
see them all
live.
the time up here.
But
they're like rats.
God,
Yeah, they were
I've
all
never
over
seen
here
one.
too.
I've never seen one dead on the road driving through. You know, could be because the coyotes snaked them off beforehand to eat them.
Yeah, maybe they hide better than armadillos.
Yeah, right.
Armadillos turn up upside down with a can of Lone Star in their paws.
You know where I see the most dead armadillos? Missouri.
Missouri.
I swear to God, you know, they're dead all over the damn highway there. I know I've probably ran over, I bet I've killed 20 of them in the last 4 years.
I didn't even figure that was their terrain. I thought they would like the prairie land.
Yeah, I didn't even know they had them in Missouri.
Not to
Yep.
run over
Yeah,
the
they got them in Missouri.
porcupines. Those porcupines will flatten your tire.
We got them up here too, both of them.
I live in Missouri and I don't see them that much. So
Oh yeah, on Highway 62 and 360 and on the 44. Oh yeah. So maybe it's southern Missouri.
It'd have to be southern, yeah.
What part of Missouri are you in, Roger?
Northeast corner. Iowa's
Northeast
about
corner,
10
huh?
miles away and Illinois is
That's-
about 15.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I'm like, don't you mean Iowa?
Pretty much.
I remember driving through there. It was corn, soy, corn, soy. That's
Yep.
awesome.
Yep. Sounds about right.
There's some wheat too.
Around here, we got the sugar beets, the potatoes, the carrots, corn, soybeans. They grow it all.
Those sugar beets.
My cousin's husband, he works at the sugar beet factory.
Yeah, when I was stationed in North Dakota, I used to, when I was active, while I was stationed there, I would take leave and drive semi for the sugar beet harvest. And I got out while I was up there, and I would drive full time during the sugar beet harvest for the full. Well, I'd start with the potatoes and then run right into the sugar beets. Good times.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of sugar beets. When they start pulling them out of the field, oh, all their little substations, and then after the season's done, they load them up, take them to the factory, and I'll tell you, you can stay busy all winter doing that.
Yeah, I bet that's what we did coming out of. I mean, he's thousands of acre fields. You got the tractors with the big harvesters that are plucking them out. The 40 foot bed on the semi. We drive through, they fill you, and then from there you drive to the plant, drive up on the ramp on the scale. They weigh you, and then they tilt you over on the side to empty your trailer, and right back out 20 miles down the road, back in the field.
We had the
12 hours
dump ours. We had dumps, and you dump them, they'd wash them, and then they'd put the dirt back in your truck. And then you take
these things, the harvesters that were plucking them out, they took all the dirt off of them.
Yeah. Well, the harvesters we had, when I was doing it, they weren't taking all of it off.
These are some multi-million-dollar farms.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had some primo equipment. This is back in 94, 95, 96. The first year doing potatoes, they paid the triaxle drivers $20 an hour to drive, and then the semi drivers, they were getting $40 an hour. So once I showed that I knew how I could drive a truck, backed up more miles on most of their kids had ever driven forward in a truck. After I went through potato harvest, boom, they slammed me into a semi. And plus, I didn't take any breaks. I was hauling ass. I'd always have at least 2 loads more than older seasoned drivers. So I was a go-getter. And my bonus at the end of each harvest reflected that as well.
Yep. I'll tell you, I worked for Valley Asphalt, pulling double bottom gravel trains, and your test to be hired, they had a machine sitting back there that it was a broken up piece of shit, but it was sitting there and it was in a curve, and you had to back that trailer around and land it right perfect. If you could do that 3 times, you're hired. And a double bottom gravel is not easy to back up unless you know what you're doing.
Unless you know what you're doing. And you learn how to do that by driving a simple old tractor with a double 4-axle wagon on you.
Yep.
Because each wagon is going to turn differently based upon. And you start doing that when you're about 10 years old. Any of those mechanized single split fifth wheels are pieces of pie.
Oh yeah. I laughed because all these people, yeah, I drove truck for years. They'd go off there and they'd get in there and try to back it up, and they couldn't back it up 2 foot.
I know, I laughed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what one thing I miss about the military is driving all the vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're on the camera. You wanted to be seen. So what's up, Clint?
I got shit to
I'll
show
talk to
tonight.
everybody.
How come you didn't have anything to show?
You know, I started doing something inspired by Kelly on Saturday.
Yeah.
A dyed piece. And I rushed through it too fast and it was all gummed up. And then I've been away out of work, out of town for a few days. I just sanded it all back to nothing tonight.
Beauty of dye, you always get to start all over if you want to.
Well, my problem was that I was trying to do a piece that I already had put sanding sealer on.
Oh yeah. That's a big time screw up right there.
So I was chipping away at that for too long.
Yeah.
Before it was thirsty.
So if you wanted to do a single dye color and you wanted to be done with it, you can add your dye to the sanding sealer and then put the sanding sealer with the dye on and then be done with it.
By now I have some nice striations and it will probably look really beautiful or ugly when I finish it.
Yeah.
If I hadn't already hollowed it out, I might have just put it back to the tool, but
yeah.
I don't want to leave it to waste.
Most of it'll stand out, except for the end, the pores or whatever. The soft wood in between the hard wood of the grain there, and
I think it's going to turn
may
out
leave
great.
a striking effect.
You're right, Kelly. It's going to turn out great. I'm not going to show you anything until it turns out great. That preview I sent you was great, but then I started putting lacquer on it too soon, and it all fucking gummed up.
You'll get it right, man.
Oh yeah. You just can't
Hey,
do.
you know what, Clint?
Can't do dyes,
If-
lacquer all in one day.
No, it's got one's got to be able to have the ability to dry properly. But when it comes to dyeing, it's not like any of us figured out how to dye the first time. Our first piece didn't come out exactly the way we wanted it.
Yeah, all you got to do, man, is
honest.
just make sure the pieces sanded right in. Put the dye directly on the dry wood. Let it dry a little bit. Sanding sealer on top of that. Let it dry, but don't do that paper towel heat method that I did on the dye on the sealer because it'll melt it and fuck it up and make it look like crap. Let it dry all by itself. Once it's dry, then you can put your lacquer on it. But let the sanding sealer dry for a good, half an hour or so.
No, I didn't. I was impatient, and I started spraying shellac on it or lacquer, whatever. Spray it.
I'm so impatient, man. It's like you just want to get that piece off real fast and look at it done,
I felt like since I had ethanol dyes that
Or fix 3408 if you're that impatient.
the dyes flash off quick, but the sanding sealer, who knows? Because who knows what that's made out of?
It's plant cellulose.
Well, it depends upon, what.
Well,
type of
yeah,
sanding
Dane's right.
I
'Cause I
have
do
the
have two kinds.
I have the shit that's
Sanding
made.
sealer is a generic term that
Yeah.
Zensor Products marketed back in the early 80s, and everybody thinks Zensor sanding sealer is shellac-based sanding sealer. Without, shellac is sanding sealer, and that's end all. The only thing that's a sanding sealer, that's just false.
Oh yeah, if you're trying to use like sanding sealer, like that bucket of stuff I use on hardwood floors when I do them, don't use that sanding sealer.
No, the stuff I forgot because I put it into a fucking Gatorade bottle. It's looks like milk. I think it's water based.
Oh no, don't use that, man. Get some cellulose sanding sealer instead.
Yeah.
That stuff is, yeah, you don't want to mess with that stuff. That's
I'm
the
sure
kind of
it's
stuff
fine
that
for
you would put on like a table that you're actually going
Somebody's
to
got a major echo.
I think it's Dan because he's on twice.
Oh, Dan, mute
yeah.
one of your devices.
It is.
How's everything sound now?
Good.
Better.
Well, it went away. So
I hear no echo.
thank the Zoom.
No
Thank the
echo.
Zoom gods.
Echo.
Echo.
The echo went away now.
Scott, what's your address?
What's my address? It's on the form on the website.
It's 840
22nd Street North, Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin.
I was going to get it. I was going to get it. I'm going from my mind. 840 22nd Street North, Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. 59.
Nope. 54494.
Okay, I was close. I was going to get 2 to 4s, but yeah, I had them.
You had them backwards.
Yep.
Clint, so this, you don't want to use this, Clint. That's what you use if you're doing hardwood floors or stairs.
Yeah, you don't use that.
That's like for stairs and like tables and things like that. This is the milky kind of color. This is a pretty good quality one, but don't use that for your dyeing.
Right.
You use either some cellulose sanding sealer, which there's a couple different kinds. Mylan's got a real good one too. It's a little bit thicker than this other one. And here's a great one too. This Mohawk sanding sealer is great.
Gotcha. Can you see me?
Yeah,
I can see, everybody can see you.
I can spotlight you, that way we see you full time. Everybody brace yourselves. Clint's on the screen.
Oh no, I was just gonna show this bowl I was working on.
Oh, okay.
The color
Make
still
sure
looks
you got
good.
hands on them.
Well, we can't see the bowl.
Oh well.
We see the ceiling. Now we see you. We can't see the bowl. Turn your camera around. Oh, there we go.
I'm recovering this piece. It'll look nice.
wood
Cool.
I think that's maple.
It's like Osage.
Well, he's
That's all
got
the
dye.
dye, all the color that made it look
okay.
like Osage. But I
Okay.
don't know.
Yeah, the bare wood looks like that.
Mhm. That's birch. Yeah, it's not maple.
How light is that, Clint? Is that a light piece?
Pardon?
How light is that bowl for that wood? Does it feel light?
Oh no, yeah, it's probably
Kind of looks like birch. I think I gotta agree with Kate on that.
Yeah, looks like the birch we have around here too.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Yellow
could be.
birch.
That unfinished piece was so old. I don't know. You remember?
I think that's yellow birch, huh?
That's
Yep.
that's what it looks like.
Yep.
Yellow or
Which is
white.
good.
one or
There's
the
nothing
other.
nothing wrong with that, but birch will definitely soak in dye.
Yeah.
I don't recall
It's
buying any
soft,
birch,
so
so
But it
softer
looks like
woods
you
are
got plenty.
usually
It
blotchy.
looks like you got plenty of meat. You could run your bowl gouge around, in a shear scrape and remove that on the outside without any issues there.
Yeah, it looked
Well,
like you had plenty.
I
Looked like
fought
there
that
was
the other
wanted
day
to.
and wasted about 20 little circles of sandpaper.
Yeah, just just scrape that off, dude, and then don't sand it down to 220 and put your dye on, and then like your black dye, and then sand it 220 and then 320 to get the black dye knocked down and let that grain the grain lines will stay black.
Right.
Then put your dye on at like 320.
But yeah, you got plenty of room there.
Yellow birch though is pretty straight grained. It doesn't have a lot of figure to it.
Yeah. And because it's so soft, it absorbs dyes and colors and
Right.
sanding sealer unevenly.
Like
So
like a sponge.
Yeah.
Clint, this is what I use. I use myelin sanding sealer.
Yep, that's what I was saying. That's a good one too. That's a real good one. It's easier to get too.
Yeah, you can get this just about anywhere.
Yeah, I can get that at Woodcraft or
Nice. I don't use any sanding sealer.
If I use sanding sealer, I usually make my own, and I use shellac.
I have plenty of that too.
I use super blonde shellac for sanding sealer, so it doesn't have any color to it.
Use this yellow stuff.
Oh.
What is that, Dane?
I use this yellow stuff.
Highlight.
Can you read
Yeah.
it?
Boiled linseed oil. Works. Yeah.
Or use some damn shine juice, right?
Oh, that's
No,
that's
I don't use
basically what
shine.
I'm making.
Even a washed out oil.
You could use tongue oil for a sanding sealer if you thinned it with some alcohol.
Yep.
Yeah, it just doesn't dry as fast
sanding-
as that cellulose does.
Remember, sanding sealer's the first couple of coats of whatever oil finish you put on.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly, I just use shellac with denatured alcohol, 1 pound cut. It dries way better than that myelin stuff. I can put it on one coat right after another if I want to.
Yep.
The myelin
And-
stuff, it takes 20 minutes for it to set up enough where you can do something with it.
Yeah, myelins, yeah.
Where if you make your own shellac sanding sealer, you can put it on one right after another, and you don't have to worry about it gumming up because you got it thinned down far enough. The alcohol burns off and it dries fast.
Yeah.
Right. Primarily you want
Everything will
wanting
dry
to get
quick.
those end grain areas, filled up with your oil or your solvent, whatever you want to call it, your finish, to the point where the nice tight grain wood is absorbing at the same rate as what the end grain is.
Yep.
Because end grain's like a sponge because it's all, it's just, a bunch of holes, just sucking it down in.
Yep.
So even if you just take your final finish, whatever you're using, dilute it a little bit, whatever it's supposed to be diluted with, and you just apply it on that end grain area a few times, and then go over it, the overall piece, until it absorbs, on that diluted version at the same rate, and then you can start doing 100% strength of your final finish, or until you figure out your own way to do it where it seals up and sets up to where you're going to apply it at the same rate, as, like Scott does or Brenda does, me or Cade does. You gotta figure out your own finishing style.
You gotta figure out what
Your
works
arms
for
like
your
Brenda
humidity.
does. Brenda was flipping it up like, yeah, hell yeah, like I do.
Right.
And Clint, what
No,
I
it's not just
do in the wintertime is different than what I do in the summertime because my shop is down to 10 to 20% moisture, where in the summertime I got 50 to 60% moisture.
Right. You got a different climate going on.
I got a totally different climate.
I know mine has just turned. I think that's why I'm almost so gummy the past week. We just
And when you say gummy,
you gotta adapt.
But when you say gummy, what was the gummy?
Is the wood still wet?
Oh no, from the sanding sealer, it just wasn't drying up on the surface very well.
He was putting it on too fast.
Or too thick.
I'm impatient.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks,
And
Kate.
you always got to make sure that the layer beneath dried before you put the next layer on, because that's really going to fuck it up.
That turns into a gooey mess.
Yeah. Gooey rippled mess.
And then it never dries right. It takes forever for it to dry because can't burn it off.
Well, I had a problem with my lathe the other day.
Oh no.
I thought I had a problem.
There's
So
some in the fridge, I think.
Took everything off it.
No,
and I was
there's some in
turning because when I hit 500 RPM and
Or on
anything
the
above
shelf.
that up to 700, that lathe was just vibrating like it was going nuts. And then after it got like the 800 to 1,000, it was smoothed right out. So I took everything off it, checked it out, made sure everything was, level, balanced, all the points were right and stuff. Everything checked out perfect. I didn't put nothing on the lathe, no chucks, turned it up, and it was perfect, smooth as could be. Put a chuck on it, turned it up, nice and smooth, put the bow back in it, turned it up, same problem right in that one spot. And I said, well, something's goofed up with this piece of wood because it's perfectly round. It should not vibrate like that. So I haven't figured it out, but I was carving legs on it to raise it up off the table. And I got 2 of them done. I had working on the 3rd one and it broke. Oh, son of a bitch.
Oh no.
So I just knocked the other ones off. I'll just turn it to a regular bowl.
What was causing the vibration though?
I don't know.
Is there a knot in it or something? Old limb?
Or
no,
a crotch?
I don't
Or a
see
crotch?
anything. No, it's not a crotch.
When you so in the future, when you have something like that, one way to check if there's a wood density issue is to rotate rotate it up, right? And then see which way the wood is coming down when you kind of like got it rough. And then you can change positions on it to try and offset that heavy side.
Okay.
To where, once you got it centered, when it stays there instead of rotating down, because the heavy side is always going to rotate down.
Right.
Kind of like a fishing lure. I learned that from Scott the other day talking with him.
Yeah, I started this bowl on my mini lathe, and I just kind of got sidetracked and just left it, put it aside for a while. And I put it on the big lathe, and then the thing wanted to vibrate everywhere. So I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a density issue.
Sounds like there's a heavy,
Spots.
like there's a knot or a limb in it somewhere.
Or there was an inclusion on another side that was hollow, but you couldn't see it on the inside.
Yep.
So you got further into it, and then it would be revealed.
Yeah.
Is it spalted?
Yeah, it's spalted pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. There's what it is.
There's your answer there. Because it's going to rot at a different rate.
Yeah, one side is denser than the other because of the rot.
Well, I'll give you a quick look at it.
No, I'm working with some spalted maple, and God, it's just a pain in the ass. Pretty, but God, it's a pain in the ass because of that.
It got hard spots and soft spots in it.
Yep.
Hard
soft
spot-
spots and hard spots.
Yeah, the hard
Yep.
spots turn nice and smooth, and the soft spots want to tear out.
Yep.
Let me see. There we go. See, there's a spalting on it.
Oh, let me hold on. Let me go to your other camera, Dan. Hold on. All right, show us again.
Ready.
Yeah, so that trick probably rotate.
yeah, you can see
let it spin. It's not big enough to do that, but yeah, that's what your issue is because it's
Absolutely.
spalted. See that side right there. Hold on. Put your camera back on it.
Yeah.
So right there, that side there is spalted more, and so that's the light side compared to the rest. Compared to the rest of the blank, plus you got a crack there. It looks like.
Yeah, there's.
And so that's where your unevenness is coming from. Is from that crack back through the heavily spalted side.
Yeah, I put super glue in them cracks.
Yeah, but keep in mind, super glue is not a structurally sound adhesive. It doesn't hold anything structurally. It's good at holding stuff in place, but it's not good at holding stuff together.
Has no tensile strength.
No tensile strength. Thank you. That's the word.
I had to think about it.
Right. So like even for me on that big Osage orange bowl and I'm just going to steal the spotlight here real quick. Damn, stop, cat. Will you knock my beer over? I think it was empty. So this is that cracked side. And so this was a through crack all the way through from here all the way around. And then another mini crack that ran through here. And so you can see the resin that came through on this side. And then top side down. So that whole section here was loose, except for what was up here on top, which I CA'd, but I still had everything in here. And so before I started excavating the inside, I wrapped it with pallet packing plastic to keep it together. And then of course I kept the center mass together. But once I got down below that crack, then from there I used thin deep pour slow set resin to see all the way from the inside to the outside. And so after that was done, now I had a heavy spot on this side. And so it was all perfectly balanced until I put the resin in there. And so I had to fight that, from here all the way down to the rest of the bowl. And it was just a pain in the ass. Not to mention the fact, Osage that it grew in a river basin and had been dead for 20 some odd years. But you're going to come up against that, when you've got heavy spots and light spots on a turning, and like with your piece there, Dan, with that crack there, you've got to get some structural bonding material, between both sides. And super glue is not going to do it. It's not strong enough to hold things together.
Yeah, because it was such a fine little crack, you could barely see it. I could feel it with my fingernail, which couldn't
Right.
really.
And then as you kept turning it, kept probably opening up, ever so more, because now it looks like it's, you probably got a 16th inch gap there.
Yep.
Based on what I'm seeing. So, but if you got some thin resin.
Yeah, I don't have any. I have to go pick some up. What's a good resin to pick up?
There's you can get a small kit, 16-ounce kit of Luminite slow set at Michael's or Hobby Lobby, and that works really well. You can mix it. You don't need a pressure pot for it, and it's slow set. It's thin. It will, and it's got a fairly long open time. So you've probably got 30 minutes, to screw around with fishing, pouring it in there with a teaspoon, so like that's what I did, just a little at a time, just keep filling that crack, and put it up to where you can get the majority of it in there. And
So would you suggest start taking the inside out before you do that?
I'd wrap the outside with some saran wrap, use, if you're using saran wrap, use half a roll on it.
Yep.
At least 20 turns.
Yeah, because
then turn out, just turn out, close to your, if you're shooting for a 1/4 inch wall thickness, turn, just turn, half an inch for that particular wall there. Try to keep a 3-inch center mass there on your bowl, and turn, just turn down past the crack to where you can set the bowl, on a V section where it'll sit up, leave it in the chuck, but set it up to where it's not going to run back into your chuck.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then, spoon feed it in if you have to, that's what I do. I just make a whole ordeal, and give me a 6-pack of beer and giddy up at it. Take my time. Just take my time, because I don't want the resin, going anywhere else other than in that crack.
Yeah.
You can small batches. I use pill bottles to mix my resin in. So it's a minute amount, it's a controllable amount. If I need to make more, I make more.
Well, I got a lot of pill bottles, so.
Well, I know we do. Once we hit our age, we always do.
you can take, Dan, you can take a Dixie cup and put it on the hot glue it to the backside so the resin can't come through out on the backside of your piece. Take the saran wrap off.
Your crack is so small you can hot glue the crack.
Yeah, you could hot glue the crack too and pour the resin in from the opposite side. just to keep from
Okay.
making a mess.
Yep.
Right.
Because I got some of that aluminum
Thanks,
tape.
Scott. Good idea.
Yeah,
I thought about
you
some
could
of that
use
aluminum
that.
tape.
The
You can
aluminum
use
tape
the
would work on the
aluminum tape.
outside too.
Yep,
But the
aluminum tape
better
works
tape,
great.
there's better tape. You can actually use the tuck tape. It's the
Tack,
red
yeah.
duct tape that they put on your ducting. It's airtight, watertight, moisture tight. That'd be the best thing.
Yep.
Then nothing's gonna come through. And I mean, you can cut it off, scrape it off, sand it off, or turn it off. The tape off.
But that's what I do.
You can
Yeah, I'll
you can
give that a
also take
shot.
that deep pour and use this, put it in a syringe, and you can push it in with a syringe too if you want to really mess around.
Sure
Yeah.
can.
And then when you're done, take the syringe apart and wipe the rubber part with acetone. That'll clean that, and then just let the resin dry in that inside that syringe, and it'll pop right out of there because it won't stick to that plastic.
Yeah, you just
okay.
got to squeeze it with your hand and then hit it with the air gun, and
It'll pop right out.
Yep. But the black part of the syringe, the plunger, clean that with acetone, and
Okay.
wipe it off. Yep.
While it's still wet, don't let it cure it all. Make sure you get it
No.
when it's still wet.
Okay.
Yep.
Acetone
And then
will,
go ahead.
acetone will clean any resins that you're going to use, as long as they haven't hit the flash point where they've started to cure.
Correct.
Once they cure, you can't get it off,
Yeah. And it's a sticky mess.
and it's a sticky
Yep.
mess.
Yeah, wear gloves.
Wear gloves.
Put down stuff, newspaper or whatever,
Go to the grocery store and buy shelf liner, the rubber shelf liner that you put on kitchen cabinets, and the kitchen cabinets.
Yep.
And the epoxy won't stick to that either.
Yeah.
Same with parchment paper. I put
Yep.
parchment paper down on my workbench.
Yep.
So if
Wax
anybody
paper.
spills,
Wax paper will work too, Cade.
Yep.
What experience do you guys have between nitrile gloves and vinyl or PVC gloves?
Nitrile.
gloves.
Nitrile all the way.
Yeah, that's what I got. Nitro.
Yep.
I use them all.
Super glue doesn't stick to the nitrile gloves, and it won't melt them either.
Okay.
This
I
is
thought
what
I mentioned that super glue wouldn't only stick to vinyl gloves, something like that.
This is what I use. I use 6 mil black nitrile.
Yep, I use 7 mil, same thing.
I don't use any gloves.
I buy them at Harbor Freight because they're cheap.
That's what I'm about to say. I only get what
Just
I
make sure
Harbor Freight.
don't get it on your hands.
And always have acetone around, Clint, because it'll take super glue off even after it's dried.
You know what? When I was younger, I didn't use gloves.
I don't always use gloves when I'm
Whippersnapper Cade.
I know.
Now you've grown up and gotten wiser, right?
I had one like 9 months ago, and
Just don't get it on your hands, and you don't need gloves.
Accelerator, and then I felt it. Fucking burns.
I don't think it's about being wiser. I think it's about being, I don't know.
A lot more careful.
Yeah, these
Hey,
are the
guys.
ones I got from.
I get less
Harbor
on me
Freight.
now that I wear gloves than when I didn't wear gloves.
Brenda, shoot me a message with your Lay's stuff, and I'll talk to you
Yeah.
about the other stuff.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about, I just sent you 2 shirts. I
Okay.
ordered them on Amazon, had them delivered to you.
Okay.
So we'll talk.
There you go.
We'll talk later.
Sounds good.
All right. Good night, guys.
Hey,
Good night,
PayPal,
Brenda.
friends and family,
Take care.
PayPal to pay me or Zelly.
Yeah.
Do what?
Zelly.
Use Zelly or use PayPal to pay me. It's on the website.
Okay.
They both
All right.
work.
Night.
Good night, Brenda.
Hi, Brenda.
Night, Brenda.
Next
Night,
week. Stay safe.
I'll let you know when I
too.
get
We
the
will.
shirts so you know that I got them.
Okay.
Keep it between centers. You know, like how when you're driving, they say keep it between the ditches.
Till, you
Just
let
keep
me
it
know what it's
between
going to cost. Okay. Should I wait till I know what it's going to cost to send them back before I do PayPal, whatever?
Yeah, do it that way so that you only have to do one transaction. If you do PayPal, they might charge you twice.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's not a
I'll
big
wait
deal.
I'll wait then. Okay.
But,
Good night, guys.
but hey, Brenda, if you do Zelle, there is no charge.
If your bank has Zelle, there's no charge for Zelle.
And 99% of the time, your bank is going to have Zelle.
I think I tried that a while back. It didn't work for me.
Did your bank have Zelle?
I think they said they did, yeah. But yeah.
Dane did it, and I had it in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
So it's literally a function within your bank. It's not an app that you download.
Yeah, I know. I think a few months ago, my sister-in-law and I she was trying to send me some money through Zelle, and I was trying to download the Zelle, and it didn't work.
See, it's not a download. It's you got to go on you go on your bank, your bank account setup, and you register with Zelle with your bank. It is not an app that you download.
Okay.
It's literally you go on your banking website. I'm sure you're registered, you know, Bank of America, Capital One, you know,
Ace.
Greenville local bank, and
right.
And then it's underneath services, you know, banking services, and Zelle will be listed. And you click on Zelle and you register your phone number or your email with them, and boom, you're set up. Literally, that's it.
Yeah, and then you give them your phone number or your email of who you want to send it to, and that they have hooked up with their account, and off it goes. It's easy. It's actually nice.
Yeah, it's instant. I mean, you know, within 5 minutes. If you would have stayed online with us two weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I demonstrated how quick and easy it was.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try.
Literally 5 minutes. And
I know. Well, what you don't understand though is everybody says it's easy. All you gotta do is follow the instruction, but for some reason at my house that don't work out easy. I'm serious. I'm telling you. All right, I'm on the account. I'm on there.
You followed my instructions, and now you're sharpening better. But that was in your garage, it wasn't in your house.
Yeah. All right, services. I don't see services anywhere.
Look and see if there's something that says send money with Zelle. That's what my bank says.
Which bank do you have, Brenda?
Mercer Savings Bank.
Mercer Savings Bank.
Mine's listed right in the wherever you can send money or pay bills.
Under bill payment?
You can look under that. Yeah, mine actually has a spot that just says send money with Zelle. The way my bank's got theirs set up.
All right, so I'm looking at Mercer. Is it Mercer County Bank?
No, Mercer Savings.
Mercer Savings.
Oh, well, I got a notice here. It says we're having technical difficulties receiving or retrieving your alerts. Try again later.
Well, tomorrow morning, give them a call and ask them if they have Zelle.
Yeah, just call a bank. They can tell you right away if they're affiliated with
Yeah.
Zelle.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think I did that too. But anyway, all right. We'll see
Otherwise,
what we
you
can
can
do.
send it through PayPal. That works too, Brenda. It's not a big deal.
Okay,
My information's
guys.
on the form.
Right.
You want
My
front and
friend.
back, right? Front and
Yes.
back?
Yeah, I sent you a t-shirt and a tank top.
Okay.
I gotta have something to wear year round. And I
Okay.
can't wear a t-shirt all summer.
Well, just so I know you want it
All right,
front and
guys.
back. That's all that matters.
Yes. All righty. Good night, guys.
See
All
ya,
right. Good night,
Brenda.
Brenda.
Hi, Brenda.
Thanks.
Take
Thanks
care.
for hanging out, Brenda. All right. Let's see. Who else is still on here?
Oh, Gary's the only one. I think. Gary and Dave.
Gary, Dave.
Yeah, I think they both went to bed already. Yeah, they did.
Somebody's still recording though.